will soon enter the atmosphere. Please be sure to fasten your seatbelt and remain seated.
We're ready to enter the atmosphere.
Next time we go out to space, how about leaving yourself a little bit of free time? Talented people are capable of understanding us.
Alarm. Tsunami integrity has been breached. Scanning for virus. Viral entity identified. Joker. Viral removal program initiated.
What happens when a game becomes real and none of the rules apply? For a young sorcerer named Tsukasa, the virtual world of the game has become his reality.
Where am I?
Inside, Tsukasa can fight, make friends, feel pain.
Tsukasa?
The only thing he can't do is log out. Enter the world of God Hack Sign, premiering Saturday, February 1st at 3.
Let me go!
Take the game.
Never seen that commercial. All right, welcome back to Fate Stay Night. Heaven's almost said Heaven's Sword. Heaven's Feel. If you're watching on YouTube, we are continuing from the last time where Sakura became corrupted by the shadow. She is now kind of evil. If you guys wanted me to check out the other endings, make sure you hit the like button. Because we haven't gotten the good endings for the other routes yet. So you know, hit that thing. Hit that thing one time for your boy. Anyway. Kotomini also didn't die, which I kind of expected him to, but I don't know why I expected him to. He said died so far. We reached the forced exit sooner than I imagined. It's probably because Ilya showed me the way, but she owns these woods. When we go out to the highway, the car I arrived in is gone. We start walking in direction to town and decide to flag down a passing vehicle to take us the rest of the way. Why is the music changing like that? Wounded and covered in mud, Ilya and I must look suspicious. We run into the front of the passing car to get it to stop, and then Ilya hypnotizes the surprise driver into taking us home. Wow. Never thought in my life that I had to hitchhike like a carjacker. We got home before I knew it. The sun's going down. At some point during the several hours it took to return from the forest, I must have dozed off. The sun is set by the time I'm back in the living room. The clock reached 7 p.m. Something's wrong. Time is passing too quickly. It was barely sunset when I got into the house, but the moment I entered the living room, night's fallen. That's impossible.
Ilya, なんか時間が過ぎるの早すぎないか?
I talked to Ilya next to me. But Ilya isn't next to me. Ilya is...
晩ご飯なら美味しかったよ、シロ。
She's already in the living room saying something odd.
晩ご飯?
まずは栄養を取るんだって言った時は驚いたけど、おかげでいい思いしちゃった。シロは張り切って台所に立ってたし。
There are remains of metal on the dining table. Enough used dishes for two. I calmly think it through and realize that I feel full. It seems that I really did cook dinner.
おかしいな。こんな食材買い置きしてたっけ?
してないよ。してないから商店街でおろしてもらっていっぱい買い物してきたんじゃない。
No, I don't remember. I searched my memory. Oh well. Maybe that did happen.
そうか。変なこと言っちまったな。とりあえず 夕食は済んだんだ。
ええ。あとはゆっくり休むだけだね、シロ。
Well, she obviously knows what's happening and is trying not to worry us, but
うん、そうだな。休まないとな。ちょっと部屋で着替えてくる。話があるから、イリアはもうちょっと起きててくれ。すぐ戻る。
Ilya nods. I apologize and leave the living room. I find myself in my bedroom. The second I leave the living room, I collapse in my room. I'm awoken by a stabbing pain. A sword is stabbing the left side of my chest. That's the only way I can describe it. My chest is hot and numb. Feels like my life force is gushing out instead of blood. Of course, I'm not literally being stabbed. That's just a hallucination. The part of my body that's closest to my left arm is rejecting the sense of rawness coming from it. And that's when I realize it. The way time seems to pass too quickly. The disjointed images, they're all...
おかしいのは時間の感覚じゃなくて。
It's just something wrong with my memory. I'm not missing memories of my past, but I'm not making new records of experiences. Bit by bit, when I let time pass without focusing, I don't remember anything that happened during that time. No wonder I can't remember anything that's happened since leaving the forest. If not for this pain, I'd have lost my mind by now. That's bad. I grab hold of my consciousness that seems to cut off whenever I relax. Unless I stay aware of myself and keep my mind in a tight focus, Shiro and Mia would disappear. My memories and myself won't hold together unless I keep focus as keen as the pain stabbing me in the chest. In other words, I need to maintain the same level of concentration that I did when I tried to insert magic circuits into my spine at all times. I can't keep up. I can't keep that up. And even if I could, I don't know how long it will be working.
待てよ。となると、眠るのはまずいよな。
I'll never wake up if I sleep. If I fall asleep, and I won't go back to being Shiro and Mia. My mind will be torn to pieces without a single wound on my physical body. I rise. I rummage through my desk. I need some kind of small blade, something that can hide in my right hand and squeeze hard to cut myself. I can't constantly maintain a state of concentration like when I'm training. When it feels like the images are about to cut out, I make a fist and use that pain to ground myself.
刃物とはいかないけど、これなら。
I find the crystal I got a while ago in my desk. The night I became a master, I found this pendant lying next to me after Lancer killed me. I don't know how much magical energy is used to contain, but it doesn't have enough left to use my strengthening even once. Yeah, I could try to figure out who saved my life that night. They must be the owner of this pendant. Hello again, life. We were the only ones on campus that night. I don't know why they saved me, but it was someone who didn't need a reason to help a dying person. My conscience is getting cut out. I'll figure this out later. If I think of fun and happy things, I'll relax and pass out. I confirm my fighting strength. I've broken the seal on my left arm. The holy shroud is still wrapped around it, but it does not take the edge off it now. Clothemina told me that using Archer's arm would flip a switch. It's too late to do anything about it now. My body is still functional. Problems with my brain, I can keep going as long as I don't sleep. As for projection, I could probably use Archer's blade works no more than 3 times. If it's just once, I can deal with it. Twice scares me a little, to be honest. And the 3rd projection will be decisive. My mind might remain, but I have a feeling my body will self-destruct. I close my eyes and focus on my ears. I hear a hard, grinding noise next to my heartbeat. Something is invading my body from Archer's left arm. Each time I use blade works, I lose control of his reality marble and create unlimited blade works inside my body instead of outside of it. I don't want to think about the consequences of that. I'm going to get stabbed from the inside by 1,000 swords and die.
冗談。死滅なんかしてたまるか。
The situation is desperate. I've more or less anticipated that. Accepted that. I just need to break out of these straits. I won't die. I won't kill myself. Sleeping and never waking up, that's just a cowardly delusion. I'll be saved. Once I do what I need to do and end all of this, I'll be saved. There's no point to it otherwise. I said that I protect Sakura no matter what, so I can't go dying on my own.
まず、遠坂に連絡を取らないと。
Tosaka should still be knocked the fuck out. There's no time. I got to hurry over to Tosaka's house. I wonder if Kotomine is safe, but now that I've rescued Ilya, he'll probably go back to his usual stance. I don't want his help, but I promised. It's past 9 o'clock. I meant to be right back, but it's been 2 hours.
待たせた、イリア。今から遠坂の家に行くから一緒に行こう。
リンの家？別に私は構わないけど、なんで？
なんでって、遠坂と合流しないと。それに、あいつの容体だって気になるだろう。琴峰は夜になれば回復するとか言ってたけど、あいつの言い分はいまいち信用できない。遠坂が参ってたら手当てをしてやらないと。
それはいいけど、シロ。
Ilya points at the wall. Oh.
心配してもらって嬉しいわ。とりあえず私の調子は見ての通りよ。
Man.
けど、そこまで気にかけてくれるんだったら、森に行く前に私の家に寄っていってほしかったわね。
遠坂、いつの間にこっちに来てたんだ。
ほんの1時間前よ。森で何が起きたのかはイリアから聞いたわ。
Tosaka's in a bad mood. No, she's positively furious. She must be upset that we went to the forest without her.
仕方ないだろう。あの時は一刻を争うと思ったし、事実イリアだって危ないところだったんだよな、イリア。
そうね。私は閉じ込められてはいなかったけど、数分後には大聖杯に連れて行かれて心臓を抜き取られていてもおかしくなかった。条件は桜を乗っ取り次第、私で門を開けようとしていたから。素人琴峰が来るのがあとちょっとでも遅かったら今頃は死んでいたわ。
ほら、遠坂を待ってたら間に合わなかっただろ。
どうだか今の言い訳じゃ桜次第ってことでしょ。イリア、本当のところはどうなのよ。あ、やっぱりバレちゃったか。ええ、本当はもうちょっと猶予があったかな。桜は芯が強いから簡単に壊れたりしない。桜が自我をなくして造形の操り人形になるまであと1日は間があったでしょうね。やっぱりあのね、イリア、あんまり資料を甘やかしちゃダメよ。こいつには人一倍厳しいぐらいがちょうどいいんだから。そうね、リンがシローにそうしてくれるなら私はもう安心かな。
I watched them rake me over the coals. But even if there was an extra day's worth of time left, I'm still not sure I could have made it in time with Tosaka even if we went right now. I was faced with a tough choice in the forest, but thanks to that, all 3 of us are here again. I tightly squeezed my wandering mind. Tosaka and Ilya's banter threatened to relax my tension.
ちょっと待ってくれ、イリア。桜が1日持つかどうかってことは、残った猶予はあと
半日あるかどうかよ。いいえ、桜がどう頑張ってももうアベンジャーは生まれようとしている。あれが受胎してしまえば桜は完全に変わる。誰も桜を助けられなくなるし、誰も助からなくなるのよ。アベンジャー。
Tosaka and I frowned at the unfamiliar word.
そう、復讐者。聖杯戦争における第8のクラス、 ハインツベルンがルールを破ってまで召喚した反則よ。それが大聖杯の中を呪いで汚染したもの。自分じゃ外に出れないからってさくらと同化して黒い影を映していた本体。そして今も形を得ようと人間の命を食べ続けているありえない存在。それがアベンジャー。3度目の儀式でアインツベルンのマスターが召喚してしまった呼んではいけなかった半英雄。
イリア、あなた知ってるの？あの影が何なのか、さくらが何に取り憑かれてるかって。
ええ、さくらから必要な情報を取り出して何が起きているのかは理解できた。私がやるべきこと、シローたちが敵とみなしているものが何であるかを。
Ayla closes her eyes once. In resignation, I think. She sighs, seems to make up her mind about something.
これから話すことは私たちの確信であり、もう関係のない話。あなたたちが背負うべきものでもない。シローとリンには聖杯戦争に関わった最後のマスターとしてただ事実だけを口にします。
イリア。
Kosaka looks at her in amazement. So do I. Right now, Ilya is displaying a hollow calm that makes her seem like a different person.
事の起こりは200年前。いえ、聖杯を求める彼らの放浪はもっと前から続いていたけど、この土地での儀式が始まったのは200年前からだった。話はそこから始めるわ。聖杯、あらゆる願いを叶える願望機。その完成のためアインツベルンとマキリ、遠坂は協力して聖杯を召喚する儀式を行った。それが聖杯戦争の発端。7人の英霊を召喚して聖杯の所有権を定める殺し合い。聖杯によってマスターに選ばれた魔術師は英霊のよりしろとなり、最後の一人になるまで殺し合う。それがシローとリンが知っている聖杯戦争の表向きの決まり事。驚かないのね、リン。やっぱりあなたもうすうすは感づいていたの？
それなりには、
Where's Ryder?
誰かに利用されてるってことはすぐに気づいたけど、あんまり気にはしなかったわ。人様が作ったシステムを使ってその成果をいただこうって言うんだもの。利用し利用されるのはお互い様でしょ。いちいち目くじら立てるほどバカじゃないわ。
そう。じゃあ順番が逆ということはもう説明しなくていい？シローはどう？本当はサーバント同士に戦わせるなんて過程そのものが余分なんだって気づいてた？
I did, but I didn't say anything. I guess I did, now that I think about it. Servants are summoned by the Holy Grail. Heroic spirits are summoned as tools to test the worthiness of the chosen by the Holy Grail. So the thing, as soon as I found out the thing about the Grail except is the one that takes the Holy Grail is what takes the spirits after they're defeated. The whole entire thing seemed a little pointless to have them fight, but to obtain the Holy Grail, the summoned heroic spirits make contracts with the host, masters who will anchor them in the mortal world and then fight to defeat all the other Grail seekers. If that was all it was, then I might have looked past it. But when I learned that the defeated heroic spirits are absorbed into the Holy Grail instead of disappearing, I started to have questions. Heroic spirits, servants, are components used to select the worthiest master for the Holy Grail. So why are they stored in the Holy Grail once to serve their
つま
purpose?
り聖杯戦争にとって必要なのは英霊だけで、マスターはただ英霊を呼び寄せるためだけの道具だってことか。
そう。聖杯戦争という儀式においてマスターはサーバントをこの世に呼び出すレセプターに過ぎない。サーバントさえ召喚してくれれば、あとはマスターなんていつ死んでもらっても構わないのよ。聖杯完成に必要なものは英霊だけ。 時間軸の外にいる純粋な魂。この世の道理から外れ、なおこの世に干渉できる外界の力。それが精霊の本質でしょ。彼らはその力を必要とした。その力を持って外界に出ようとした。それがこの地に作られた聖杯の本当の目的。人の手では届かぬ奇跡。未だ人間のものではない現象を手に入れるため、この地における聖杯戦争は行われてきた。それは私たちから失われたとされる神秘、真の不老不死を実現させる大儀礼。英霊でも精霊でもない、意図小さき人の位において、肉体の死後に消え去り帰り、この世から失われる魂を物質化する神の技。その奇跡の名をヘブンズ・フィール。現存する5つの魔法のうちの1つ、3番目に位置する黄金の杯よ。
魔法ってあの魔法？
We're stunned. Elias said that the Holy Grail is a ritual to operate magic. Magic. Mystics that magecrafts can't achieve. Mystics that magecraft can't achieve. Phenomena that current humans can't realize through any means. It's said that the final objective of mages, and they call those who master it magicians, with envy and awe. Currently, the Mage Association recognizes 5 magics. Outsider like me on the edges of the edge, who isn't even affiliated with the association, couldn't possibly know what the details are, but I've heard that there are 5 rituals that are recognized as magic, and that there are only 4 people who can use them.
ちょっと待って。第3魔法って魂の物質化なの？けどそれならサーバントだって魂の物質化じゃない。
違うわ。確かにシステムの基盤は第3魔法の一部を使っているけど、精霊はあくまで高霊でしょ。サーバントはこの地上にこの時代のものとして生きているわけじゃない。第3魔法としては不完全だし、精霊なら魔法の力なんてなくてもよりしろさえあれば実体化できる。ヘブンズ・フィールは過去にいたものを読み上げて複製体を作る技じゃない。それは精神体でありながら単体で物質界に干渉できる高次元の存在を作る技。魂そのものを生き物にして生命体として次のステップに向かうものを言うのよ。
次のステップって、確かにそれはとんでもない大事だけど。でもイリア、どんなに内容が違うって言っても魔法は全部根源に至る道でしょ。それが聖杯とどんな関係があるのよ。いいえ、だいたい魔法を起動できるような管理地は日本に一つしかない。冬木の霊脈も一級品だって自負してるけど、それでも根源につながるほどの歪みはないわ。
ええ、届くほど歪んではいない。だから穴を開けるのよ。道がつながっていないなら自分たちで壁を壊すしかないでしょ。その壁を壊すという行為が聖杯戦争なの。その過程でどんな願いでも叶えられるぐらいの魔力がたまるのだけど、それはアインツベルンには二次的なもの、もしくはマスターを呼び寄せるための宣伝でしかなかった。アインツベルンが必要としたのは魔術協会の目につかず大量の魔力を貯蔵できる巨大な魔法陣だけ。時の遠坂の当主は彼らに協力した。もともと教会の目が届きにくいこの国で青崎の管理地に次ぐ一等地は数少ないわ。ハインツベルンにとって冬木の町は必要条件を満たした完璧に近い実験場だった。あとはもうわかるでしょ。聖杯戦争を司る聖杯は2種類ある。この土地に眠る聖杯とハインツベルンが用意する聖杯。前者が遠坂の管理地を使った魔法陣。これを大聖杯と呼び、ハインツベルンが毎回鍵として用意するものを聖杯と呼ぶ。 大聖杯は聖杯戦争のシステムを管理するもので、聖杯は敗れていた英霊の魂を回収し、大聖杯を動かすための炉心に当たるわ。そうして大聖杯起動に必要な分の魂が聖杯に溜まった時、外部からの割り人である英霊の魂を利用して穴を開ける。役目を終えた彼らが元の座に戻ろうとする瞬間、わずかに開いた穴を大聖杯の力で固定し、人の身では届かない根源への道を開く。もちろんこんなのは初めの一歩。花を開けられたところで望みのものは手に入らない。根源への道は遠すぎる。それでも聖杯を手にした者は無尽蔵の魔力を手に入れられる。あっち側にはまだ誰も使っていない、この地上とは比べ物にならない大量のマナが散布されてるからね。普通の魔術師ならそれだけでも十分奇跡と呼べる成果のはずよ。
そう、要するに大聖杯っていう大元の魔法陣があって、聖杯はそれを起動させる鍵なわけね。聖杯戦争が50年周期なのは英霊を召喚するだけのマナを貯めるためか。それだけの召喚術、個人の魔力で起動できるはずがない。大聖杯は50年かけてこの土地に満ちるマナを枯らさないよう少しずつ吸い上げ、それが溜まった時、そう、英霊を召喚してサーバントにする。けど英霊を召喚するには代償が必要なの。彼らは望むものを与えてあげないとこちらの召喚に応じてくれない。だから聖杯を用意して彼らの望みに応えてあげた。もっともそんなのは初めから欺瞞だけど、ハインツベルンは元から英霊の魂だけが欲しかった。彼らの霊格なんてどうでもよくて、ただ強大な魂が欲しかっただけよ。それを隠すために聖杯戦争なんて表向きのルールを作って、サーバントとマスターを騙して今まで殺し合いを続けさせた。そうなったのは2回目の儀式かららしいわ。1度目は馬鹿正直に英霊を召喚して、遠坂とマキリとアインツベルンで独占権の取り合いになって、あっという間に失敗したんだって。だから今のルールができたのは2回目からよ。外来の魔術師を呼び寄せて、それぞれ聖杯を目的にして殺し合わせる。自分たち以外のマスターなんてサーバントさえ呼んでしまえば邪魔なだけだし、戦いの中で死んでもらった方が効率がいい。3家にとってみれば自分たち以外の協力者を合法的に始末できるんだから、都合が良かったのよ。 呆れた。じゃあ何？マスター同士殺し合うってルールは所有権が誰にあるか話し合いで解決できなかったから力ずくで決めようとしたことの末路なわけ？
そうよ。でもその殺し合うって選定方法は思いのほか合っていたわ。今のリンと同じよ。騙されてると気づくサーバントやマスターもいたけど、そんな背景はどうでもよかったみたいね。だって勝ち残れば結果として聖杯は手に入るんだから。
Misaka seemed to accept that. In other words, the Holy Grail War was a ritual. In other words, the Holy Grail War ritual wasn't meant to obtain the Holy Grail, but to use it to go outside of the world. It was an attempt to go outside. According to studies of the arcane, the power is said to be the pinnacle of dimensional theories located outside of this world. It is called the Swirl of the Root, and its coordinates are believed to be the origin of all things. It is said to be the seed of the gods, the alpha and the omega of creation, where everything in this world is recorded and everything in the world can be made. Okay, but to what end? Who cares about all that, honestly? My old man would have understood how important it was, but it has absolutely nothing to do with me. What's important is how it concerns the identity of the thing possessing Sakura.
イリア、聖杯戦争の本当の目的とかはいい。イリアの言った通り、それは俺たちには関係のない話だ。それより、さっき言ってたやつのことを聞かせてくれ。
関係ないって。魔法よ魔法。しかも3番目の魔法なんて教会でもずっと秘密にされてきた禁忌中の禁忌じゃない。あなたも魔術師なら第3魔法って聞いて無視できるわけ。
No, I don't care.
できる。まったく何考えてるんだ遠坂。
I'm actually with Shido on this. Who
今は
fucking
そんな
cares?
成功しないものの話をしている場合じゃないだろう。
成功しないって一体どんな根拠様よそれ。
This ritual is all fucked up.
理由はわからないが聖杯戦争は一度も勝利者を出していないだろう。
That's true too. I was thinking about
こ
that
の儀式
earlier.
はどこかで仕組みを間違えていたってことだ。大体な、そうでなかったらさくらのことをどう説明するんだ。聖杯が魔法に至る道だって言うならさくらがあんな風になるのも魔法なのかよ。
So it's like it goes quiet. I seem to have struck a nerve.
それでイリア、どうしてこの聖杯戦争はこんなことになったんだ。聖杯の中には何かがいると琴峰は言った。その何かっていうのがアベンジャーってやつなのか。そいつは聖杯、イリアやサクラの中じゃなく大聖杯とかいう魔法陣の中にいると。
そっか、琴峰なら知っているわよね。あいつもさくらと同じ復讐者に汚染された魔術師だもの。聖杯の中にいるものが何であるかとっくの昔に知っていたんだ。
綺麗がさくらと同じ。
そうよ。ここからはシロとリンに関係のある話。造剣が手に入れようとしているもの、さくらを変貌させているもの、聖杯の中に潜み無色の力である英霊たちの魂を汚染しているものの話。そいつのクラス名がアベンジャー。聖杯の力で生命として形を得ようとしている第三魔法の成功例になりつつある英霊よ。
は？ちょっと何が魔法は関係ないよ。ちゃんと関係してるじゃない。ちゃんと。
いいえ、アベンジャーの物質化は聖杯による魔法じゃない。あれは元からそういう属性を持った英霊だった。アベンジャーだからこそ聖杯の中で物質化が可能なの。大聖杯は第三魔法を成し得る復讐者を呼び出したに過ぎず、大聖杯自体が第三魔法を成し得たわけではないわ。
つまりそいつは初めから物質化できる怪物だったってこと？大聖杯による魔法が成功しなくても勝手に第三魔法を体現するやつってこと？
そうよ。事の発端は3度目の戦いだった。1度目は失敗。2度目に序盤で敗れ去ったアインツベルンは追い詰められて、ただ殺すことだけに特化した英霊を召喚したの。アインツベルンが手にした古い経典異国の伝承を触媒にして手の内にある中で最悪の魔を呼び出した。他のマスターたちを皆殺しにして問答無用で大聖杯を起動させ、聖火を独り占めするために呼んではならないものを呼び寄せてしまった。その英霊の名がアンリマユ。世界最多ともいえるあらゆる呪いを体現した殺戮の半英雄。
アンリマユ。
It's gotta be a different name for something. Hang on. I recall, Andra Mayinu is the name of of the ancient Persian demon. It's the greatest devil of Zoroastrianism, an advocate. We've heard this before, but I don't know what this doesn't have any weight to me because I don't know anything about Persian culture. An advocate of evil that has been battling for 9,000 years against the light god, safeguarding humanity's goodness. Zoroastrianism contains stories revolving around the conflict between two gods of good and evil. It's one of the first religions to feature the duality of angels and demons. But there's no hero named Andra Mayinu. How could someone bearing the name of a devil king become a heroic spirit?
そんなわけないでしょイリア。 聖杯は英霊しか呼べないし、そんな心霊レベルの現象を再現できるなら聖杯なんて必要ない。いえ、そもそもアンリマユの名を冠する英雄なんているはずがない。いたとしてもそれは無名の、歴史に何の痕跡も残してない悪霊に過ぎないわ。呼び寄せたところで聖杯にふさわしい魂なんて持ち得ない。イリア、アインツベルンのマスターは一体何を召喚したの？
だからアンリマユよ、リン。彼は確かに無名であったし、真実、悪魔などではなかった。けれど、アンリマユの名を冠した英雄は確かに存在したの。ええ。もうずっと昔、気の遠くなるくらい昔のちっぽけな世界の話を。それは名前もないある村落に現れた英雄だった。彼らの教義がどう歪んでいたかは知らない。どうしてそんな考えに至ったかなんてわからない。ただ彼らは教義に基づいて清く正しく生きていた。人間は善を尊び、光を守り、正しく生きる。貧しく外界から隔離された彼らにとって、その祈りは絶対だった。そうであることが人間以下である彼らを人間たらしめる唯一の誇りだったんでしょうね。そう、その村落の人たちはね、本気で世界中みんなが平和であることを望んでいた。人間すべてがくだらない悪性から解き放たれ、清く正しく生きられるように。飢餓とか殺戮とか愛憎とか、あらかじめ人に付属された機能すべてを否定して、自分たちは神に祝福されるにふさわしい生き物だって誇り続けた。けどそれは不可能な話よ。人間清く正しく生きているだけじゃ悪性からは解放されないもの。悪とは元からあるもの。それを切り離したいのなら何らかの手段を講じるしかない。そうしてその手段は実行された。彼らは自分たちの狭い世界だけでなく、人間すべてを救える手段を考えついたの。この世の人間すべてに善行を取らせることは難しい。けど人間すべての善性を証明することはできる。たった一人の人間にこの世の悪を独り占めさせてしまえば、残った人たちはどうあっても悪いことができない。そんな子供みたいに単純なことを彼らは本気で信じてしまった。そうして一人の青年が生贄に選ばれた。彼らは青年を捕らえ、その全身に人を呪うあらゆる言葉を刻み、彼らが知り得るすべての罪業を与え、すべての悪事を彼の責任とした。それでおしまい。狭い世界、けれど完成された一つの世界において究極の悪性が誕生した。彼らは彼を心底呪い、侮蔑し、恐れ、同時に奉った。我々は清く正しい。あそこにこの世のすべての罪悪があるのなら、我々は何をしても善なるものだと。彼らは本気で世界中の人間のためになると信じて、一人の悪魔を作り上げた。世界中の人々の善性を証明するために、一人の青年を崩壊するまで殺し続けた。いえ、その寿命が尽きるまで殺してなどあげなかった。人間を堕落させる悪魔の名前、アンリマユの名前を与えられた青年は、世界中の人間の敵としてただ理不尽に殺され憎まれ続けたの。その過程で青年が本当に悪魔になったかどうかは知らない。ただ村落中の人間が彼を悪魔だと信じ、そのように扱った。憎みながら、恐れながら、 世界中の人間の全盛を証明してくれる自分たちにとっての救いの証として奉った意味嫌われる対象でありながら人々を救うもの。その存在があるだけでどんなに人々が悪事を重ねようとも清く正しいと許される免罪符。そう、方法は違えど彼は人々を救った。村人たちにとって彼はこの上ない英雄となった。そうして一人の英雄が誕生した。人々に恨まれ恨まれ、自分などとうになくなって、いつか本当にそうなってしまったもの。世界中の人間の代わりに悪を公言する哀れな生贄、それが半英雄、半利眉。この世すべての悪と決めつけられた何の取り柄もなかった、ただ普通に生まれただけの一般人。廃家境において60億の悪すべてを容認するという悪魔の王、その体現者として葬られた原初の人の想念が作り上げた願いという名の呪いの形。
Ilya describes an ancient event with neither irony nor disdain. An anti-hero. Ultimately told me what it meant shortly after this war began. But if what Ilya is saying is true, the guy who became Andramainu would still bear the evil of humanity. It would be the reason he exists, if that's why he was treated as a hero. A heroic spirit blamed for the sins of 6 billion people. If someone like that was summoned, only slaughter would follow. He would hate humanity, and the people around him decided he was evil anyway. Andramainu. Someone crowned with the name of the devil, of a devil taking revenge on the people who turned him evil. No, is he using Sakura to carry out the duty the people wanted from him?
アベンジャー、アンリマユの話は分かったわ。けど、どうしてそいつが聖杯の中にいるわけ？いいえ、そもそもそいつはただの人間でしょ。いくら悪魔の名を付けられて悪魔そのものとして扱われたとしても、能力は人間と変わらない。あんな町を人飲みするほどの怪物にはならないはずよ。
そうね、アンリマユは人間よ。ただの人間を無理やり英霊にしたものが彼だった。だから何の問題も起きなかったはずなのよ。本当は3度目の戦いでハインツベルンはアンリマユを呼び出した。けど呼び出された英霊はすごく弱かった。半英雄であるそれはまたも序盤で敗れて、いち早く聖杯に取り込まれた。ハインツベルンのマスターは嘆いたわ。普通の人間と全く変わらないやつのどこが人の世を滅ぼす悪魔なのかと。そう、事実その英霊はただの人間だった。ただこの世を恨んでいただけの人間。ただこの世の悪であれと望まれた人間。元から何の力もなく、周りの人間の思いだけで構成されたありえないはずのもの。それが聖杯に取り込まれた時、全てが逆転してしまった。聖杯は人の望みを叶える願望機でもある。サーバントは敗れた後、方向性のない魔力として聖杯に戻って、そのまま解放の時を待つ。兵霊としての人格もなくなった彼らは万能の力として聖杯にたまるだけなの。けどアンリマユは違った。彼は自分ではなく周りが願って作り上げた英雄。人格などなくともアンリマユである以上、悪であれと望まれる存在だった。
まさか、もしかしてそいつ。
そう、聖杯はあらゆる願いを叶える杯。ただの人間であり、性別も人格も人でさえないそれはもともと人間の願いそのものなのよ。だからアンリマユが聖杯に取り込まれた瞬間、聖杯は一つの願いを受諾してしまったの。 本来ありえない存在。身勝手な願望だけで捏造された英霊は、人々の願いを叶える聖杯の中において、ようやく人々が望んだ姿で生まれることになった。マキリの500年、ハインツベルンの1000年なんて子供騙しよ。何しろあっちは2000年以上も前から続いた、神代から願われてきた人間の理想なんだから。それがあの影の本体、英霊としてようやく形を得ようとするものの正体よ。ハンリマユはサーバントたちの無職の魂を糧に、自分の霊格であるこの世すべての悪を体現してしまった。ただ悪であれと、60億の人間すべてを呪う、60億の人間すべてを呪える能力を備えたサーバントとして少しずつ育っていったの。
じゃあ何？聖杯の中身はとっくにそいつに占拠されてて。いえ、聖杯が叶える望みはとうに決まってしまっていて、4度目の戦いはそいつの願い、アンリマイを形にするための養分補充に過ぎなかったってこと？
ええ。キリツグがアンリマユというサーバントをどこまで理解していたかはわからないけど、キリツグは聖杯の外に出ようとしていた黒い影を危険視して聖杯を破壊した。それは正しいわ。以前のアンリマユはどうあれ、聖杯によって受肉するアンリマユは本物だもの。この世すべての悪として命ある限り人間を殺し尽くす魔王になる。けどそのアンリマユはキリツグの英断で出産には至らず、大聖杯の中に残された。その一部を受けたものが琴峰であり、さくらだった。ゾウケンは聖杯の中にいる者が受肉しかけたサーバントだと気づいていたんでしょうね。だからその肉片をさくらに植え付け、聖杯の中にいるサーバントとリンクさせた。聖杯の中にいるサーバントが外に出てきた時、それを従えられるようさくらをマスターにしたのよ。ハンリマユが何であれサーバントであることに変わりはない。どんなに強力な存在でもサーバントはマスターには逆らえない。ゾウケンの目的はそれよ。あいつはさくらを餌にしてハンリマユを釣り上げたいんでしょうね。
Wait, does that mean that Sakura is contracted with Andra Mainu?
正気？それでアンリマユのコントロールを握ったところで、さくらは黒い影、アンリマユからの魔力汚染に耐えられない。アンリマユが聖杯の中にいる状態であそこまで変わったんだから、出てきてしまったらさくらの人格なんて消え去る。そうなったらマスターも何もないじゃない。
それでいいのよ。ゾウケンはさくらの人格なんて考えていないもの。ゾウケンにとって大切なのはハンリマユとつながっているさくらの体よ。あいつはさくらの人格が消え去った後、空っぽになった体を乗っ取る気なの。リンは知らないだろうけど、ゾウケンは自分の魂の入れ物である虫があれば、どんな人間の体だろうと自分のものにできる。いいえ、あいつはそうやって今まで生きながらえてきた。ゾウケンにとってさくらは初めからいつか乗り換える肉体だったっていうこと。
What would happen then? The thing that's possessing Sakura. If Sakura is changing because of her contract with the servant, then...
ゾウケンが私をさらったのはさくらには門を開かせる気がなかったからでしょうね。聖杯としての役割は私にやらせて、自分はアンリマユのマスターになったさくらの体を乗っ取る。そうしてゆくゆくは第三魔法の成功霊、魂が物質化したアンリマユに乗り換えるつもりなんでしょう。完全な神を人間が自らの欲望で不完全な神に貶めるように。
心臓の定義、それは人の望みによって作られながら人の意志に影響されず生まれるものか。まあ確かにゾウケンなんかの人格を反映されちゃどんな神様も悪魔になるだろうけど、キレイがゾウケンを敵視してたのもそのあたりか。 話は分かったわ。それだけ聞けば十分よね、シロ。
Tosaka's voice brings me back to my senses.
じゃないわよ。相手の正体が分かって造剣の目的も分かったじゃない。ならあとは話し合うまでもないでしょう。
No need to talk it out, huh? She's right. The thing inside the Holy Grail. If it comes out, it'll cause the same tragedy as 10 years ago. No, it won't end there. If you let this happen, countless people will be killed. Yeah. The thing Sakura gave birth to will take many, many lives on her behalf. That can't be allowed. We just need to stop it. No matter the cost, I won't let Sakura shoulder this burden of any more lives. We'll stop on Narabani. We'll end this war before it can emerge from the Holy Grail.
納得いったようね。私たちは戦って勝つしかない。で、その方法は2つだけ。アンリマユとやらが出てくる前にマスターであるサクラを殺すか、アンリマユが出てくる前に大聖杯とやらを破壊するか。まあ確実なのは前者だけど、大聖杯を壊そうとすれば必ずサクラと造剣が立ちはだかる。2人を避けて大聖杯は破壊できないでしょ。となると結局マスターであるサクラを倒すことが一番楽ってことになる。
But you know we're not doing that.
そうだな。サクラと戦ってアンリマユを引き離す。それが一番の近道だし、方針として分かりやすい。
へえ、サクラを狙うってことに反対はしないんだ、シロ。
今はそれしかないだろう。アンリマユとやらがイリアが言う通りのものなら人間に太刀打ちできるものじゃない。そいつを外に出した時点で俺たちの負けだ。なら一番早くて確実な方法を取るしかない。それよりトサカ、戦いに行くのはいいがサクラの居場所は分かるのか？
それなら問題ないわ。イリアの言うことが正しいなら大聖杯とやらの場所は一つしかない。そうでしょ、イリア。
ええ、その通りよ、リー。アンリマユの誕生を間近に控えた今、造剣は大聖杯に戻っている。落ちた霊脈、200年前三家によって選ばれた始まりの土地、竜道寺の地下に広がる大空洞にアンリマユは受胎している。
竜道寺の地下。
That's the world where Sakura is. It's the final destination of the Holy Grail, where we're headed. I sigh quietly and slightly relax my focused mind. The cold touch of the pendant in my right hand helps me collect my thoughts. We're going to fight Sakura. I meant what I said to Tosaka, but our ways of fighting are different. Tosaka probably means to finish this by killing Sakura, but I'm going to find a way to end this war and let her live. I jolt out of my reverie. A heavy pressure that makes it feel as though the air has turned to water covers the building. It's
Sakura.
Now she's coming now then, huh? Oh boy, here goes. The instant we feel the shadow's menacing aura, we run out into the yard. We go into the yard. The entire world is cloaked in a shadow. My entire body shivers with mind-numbing awe and fear down to my fingertips. A black shadow is before us. If it wanted to, it could crush us along with the entire house. The difference in power is clear. It's transformed into a state unlike anything we've seen. That shadow does nothing. It isn't Sakura, but the shadow shaped like her. The real Sakura is underground beneath Ryoto Temple. The thing quivering in front of us is a false image modeled after her.
本人じゃなく影を飛ばしてくるなんて、ちょっと見ない間に偉くなったものね、さくら。
I'm not sure if it isn't hearing Tosaka's taunts or if it can't hear our words at all. Sakura's shadow stays in the moonlight, looks terribly lonely. Its eyes are definitely looking at me. Senpai, it says. It looks so meek. It might actually respond like Sakura always does if I hold out my hand. But I don't. I know what I have to do. I can't call out to Sakura and risk weakening my resolve. I look away. Sakura's shadow seems hurt.
イリアスフィールから話は聞きましたか、姉さん。
The shadow faces Tosaka, speaking in a cold, scornful tone.
聞いたわ。あんたに取り付いているものの正体も、聖杯から生まれようとしているものの能力もね。それでさくら、一応聞いておくけど、アンリマユとやらから手を切るつもりはある？
Tosaka's voice sounds the same. Her voice is cool, condescending, and thoroughly unimpressed.
ありません。弱い私はもう消えたと言ったでしょ。せっかく手に入れた力だもの。私はあれから離れる気はないし、できない。あとさくらはもうこうして生きるしかないんだから。そう。それじゃあもう一つ。そのあんたが自慢してるサーバントはどのくらい出来上がってるの？イリアはもうすぐだって言ってるけど、母親としてどうなのよ、その辺。もしかしてもう外に出てきちゃったとか？そんなわけないでしょ。あれが出てきてしまったら、こんな街なんて瞬く間に飲まれてしまう。そんなこと許すわけにはいかない。ここにはまだ先輩がいるんです。だから私が残っている限り、あの子は外に渡しません。へえ、なんだ、なら急ぐことはないわけね。シローが私といる限り、あんたはアンリマイルを抑えつけてくれるってわけ。よかったわね、シロー。さくら、この分ならまだまだ元気そうよ。ふざけないでください。私があとどのくらい持つか、姉さんは分かっているんでしょう。なら今すぐ先輩を連れて逃げてください。私はそう長くはありません。このままだといつ自分が消えてしまうかわからない。私が耐えられるのは今夜だけかもしれない。だからその前にこうして忠告をしているんです。姉さん、先輩を連れて遠いところに逃げてください。そうしてくれたら私は安心してあの子と差し違えることができますから。
Sakura says she'd take it down with her. Osaka's shoulders tremble slightly. Does she believe Sakura, or...
いつ自分が消えてしまうかわからないか。それ、いつ我慢できなくなるかわからないの間違いでしょ、さくら。姉さん。まあいいわ。どうやってアンリ前と差し違える気か知らないけど、私がシロを連れて逃げれば心置きなく自滅できるってことね。聖杯の中にいるサーバントもその力を受け継いだあんたも一緒になって死んでくれるんだ。そうです。だから逃げてください。私は変わりきる姿を見られたくない。先輩さえ離れてくれればそれでいいんです。だからもう私を追ってこないでください、先輩。
It makes a determined plea. Sakura's shadow could kill me in any second, but she's earnestly asking me not to chase after her. I can't honor that wish. I refuse to leave her and run. I won't let her kill herself either. And so...
行くわ。行って確実にあんたを殺す。
Osaka severs ties with her blood sister.
当然でしょう。遠坂の魔術師として今のあんたは放っておけない。それに自滅するなんて発言も信用できないわ。 気づいているのさくら。あなたさっきから言動がめちゃくちゃよ。私を殺したいくせに逃げろだなんてね。ほんと四郎の前だからっていいこぶってま。ですって。あら、いい顔するじゃない。初めからそうしていればよかったのよ、あんたは。で、話はそれだけ？ならさっさと消えなさい。慌てなくてもすぐに会いに行ってあげるから。いい？さくら、あなたは他の誰でもない。この私の手で殺してあげる。
Sakura declares in a gentle voice. The shadow quivers. For a moment, Sakura's projection freezes like a statue.
ええ、お待ちしています、姉さん。
She lets out a lurid giggle and disappears. Boy. The shadow covering the house are gone. Only Tosaka and I are left standing in the yard. I feel dizzy. I meant to keep my focus, but Sakura apparently shook me. It seems that Sakura isn't the only one running at a time.
シロ、さくらはああ言っていたけど、あなたはどうするの？このまま町から離れるっていうのなら止めないわ。まあ、その時は宝石剣を複製してから言ってもらうけど。
そんなこと確認しなくてもいい。戦いはやめないし、宝石の剣もなんとか投影する。俺たちは協力関係だろ。なら最後まで遠坂にできないことをフォローする。
そうならいいけど、分かってるのシロ。私と行くってことはさくらを殺すっていうことよ。宝石剣だってそう。あなたはさくらを殺す武器を私のために用意しなくちゃいけないのよ。
そうだな。宝石の剣に関しては確かに矛盾してるけど、今のさくらは俺たちの手に負えないし、剣を作るのは以前からの約束だ。宝石の剣を投影することでさくらの影に対抗できるなら、それは絶対に必要なものだ。
それじゃあやっぱり。
ああ、遠坂の逆だよ。俺はさくらを助けることで戦いを終わらせる。俺はさくらにとっての正義の味方になるって決めたからな。
さくらを生かすってことはさくら以外の人間をみんな殺すっていうことなのに？
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないだろう。さくらを助けてこれ以上犠牲が出ない方法があるはずだ。
どうだかね。さくらはもう何人も殺してる。それでもそんな人間を助けることがあんたの正義なわけ？シロ。
He loses something critical. It's an unacceptable sin. The words drive into my chest and I finally say,
そうだ。たとえさくらが人で亡くなったとしても守る。そうなって自分を殺したがっているさくらもひっくるめて全部からさくらを守るんだ。俺がやりたいことはそれだけだ。誰かの味方をするってそういうことだろ。
I proudly voice my feelings.
はあ、臆面もなく言い切ったわね、あなた。
I nod shamelessly.
そう。まあ何言っても無駄だとは思ってたけど、まさかこれほどとはね。正直負けたわ。
あれ、どこ行くんだよ、遠坂。
どこって、戦いの準備をしなくちゃいけないでしょ。さくらがあんな忠告するってことは本当に余裕がないってことだもの。急いで準備しないとね。
それはそうだけど、話はまだ。
話なんて終わったわよ。要するにシローは自分が生きている限りさくらを助けるって言うんでしょ。いいわよ、好きにしなさいよ。もう口出ししないわよ。こうなったら納得いくまであがいてみなさいってのよ。
Where did all her attention go? Tosaka seems to be pouting, strangely enough.
けど勘違いしないで。これは宝石剣を作ってもらう交換条件よ。 シロが頑張っている限りさくらをどうするかはあなたに任せる。私の出番はあなたが動けなくなってからにしてあげるわ。それなら文句ないでしょ。シロの頑張り次第でさくらは助かるかもしれないんだから。
With that parting remark, Tosaka goes off to the guest house. As I watch her leave, a big part of the anxiety gripping my chest seems to melt away. We're thinking in opposite directions, but Tosaka still wants to help Sakura. And she feels comfortable trusting me to do it. We both love Sakura. I think Tosaka will be able to help her start over. It's 10 p.m. Tosaka said that she was going to prep until midnight and then head to the Ryudo Temple.
さて、今から宝石剣を投影してもらうけど、体の調子はどう？
Oops. Alright. Ilya hasn't told Tosaka that I took off the holy shroud.
まあ、それはなんとか。
お、頼もしいわね。じゃああとはシロとイリア次第。できるだけ宝石剣に似せたアゾット剣とシロの投影とイリアのサポート。うまくいけばオリジナルの複製とはいかないけど、半分ぐらいは能力の再現ができるはずよ。
Tosaka hands me a dagger. Oh, this thing. This is a knife used for rituals. Looks well used. I wonder if Tosaka favors it. But not just that, even I can tell it's charged with a massive amount of magical energy. It might be just a small handful compared to the shadow cloaking Sakura, but it's hundreds of times my own capacity.
すごいなこれ。トサカ、こんな秘密兵器隠し持ってたのか。
すごいのは当たり前。何しろ残った宝石を全部つぎ込んだ私の10年分の魔力なんだから。
Tosaka pouts like she can't bear to let it go. Knowing Tosaka's personality, she might be someone who's really strict with money. Setting that aside.
けど、いいのかトサカ。宝石を全部使ったらトサカ自身の予備はなくなるんだろう。お前だってまだ本調子じゃないのに、そんなんで戦えるのか。
そうね、飛んだり跳ねたりぐらいはなんとか。けど魔術を使えるほど魔力は回復してないわ。
お前それじゃ。
心配無用よ。あなたがちゃんと宝石剣を投影してくれれば問題ないわ。その剣は突き落としさえ止めたっていう領域外の力なんだから。
What? I'm not sure what she's talking about, but Tosaka seems confident. I guess I don't need to worry then.
シロ、そろそろ始めましょう。いくらシロでもその剣の投影には時間がかかるわ。すぐに始めないと日付が変わる。
そうね。それじゃあ部屋に戻りましょう。落ち着いた場所じゃないと成功率が落ちるでしょ。
Tosaka beckons us to follow her to the living room.
あ、ちょっと待った。投影は土蔵でやる。それと投影中はイリアと二人きりになりたいんで、トサカは部屋で待っててくれ。
なんで？何かあった時大変だし、私もフォローに回った方がいいでしょ。
その必要はないわ。逆にリンがいると邪魔なのよ。シロは注意力が散漫だから、ここ一番でリンが転んだりしたら気が散って失敗するでしょ。
失礼なこと言うわね、イリア。
Tosaka grunts grumpily. But she doesn't deny that she's the person most likely to make a careless mistake.
わかったわ。私は蔵の外で待機してる。それでいいんでしょ、イリア。
仕方ないか。それが精一杯の情報ね。リン、宝石剣を複製したいのなら私がいいって言うまで入ってこないで。事故が起きそうになったら声をかけるから、それまで何があっても外にいるのよ。
しつこいわね。分かったって言ったでしょ。たとえ四郎の悲鳴が上がっても中には入らないわよ。
The two of them casually bring up some very concerning examples.
じゃあ行きましょう、シロ。
Illy enters the shed. I follow her when something hits me.
登坂、この剣もらっていいかな。
もらうも何も、それを使って今から投影するんじゃない。宝石剣ができたらアゾット剣はなくなるわよ。
そうだな。宝石の剣は登坂のものだから、その代わりにこっちを譲ってくれないか。ほら、失敗したらこの剣も壊れるかもしれないし、その時登坂に怒られるかと思うと集中できない。
はあ、まあいいけど、それでシローがリラックスできるならアゾット剣をあげるわ。
サンキュー。じゃあちょっくら気合い入れてくる。
Okay, but where's Ryder? I close the door. I can't let Tosaka see what's next. She probably wouldn't stop me, but she would definitely feel responsible. The only way to alleviate that is to get her ex post facto approval with the "sorry, I actually used it" once the Holy Grail War is over.
準備はいい、シロ。ハーチャーの腕を解放したあなたなら、もう手順を説明することはないわよね。
I gulp and nod. Ilya tells me to sit on the floor, and I follow her
け
instructions.
どイリア、俺は自分で見たものか、アーチャーが作ったことのある武器しか投影できない。宝石剣とやらの情報は皆無だ。いくら宝石剣に真似た探検と元になる設計図があっても、宝石剣は複製できないぞ。
わかってるわ。シローにはまず私の中に入ってもらう。私だって見たことはないけど、私の中には宝石剣の記録があるわ。大聖杯を作り上げた時、東坂の大師傅も立ち会った。かの魔導王が手にする剣もちゃんと見ていたはずだもの。
イリア、
いいから目を閉じて。シローの体はそのままで、意識だけを別の場所に移すわ。前もやったでしょ。シローの目を私の中に移すから、そこで宝石剣を解析して、シローが中に入ったら、私が左腕の拘束を外す。200年前の記録へ遡る圧力と左腕の侵食が同時に来るわ。気をしっかり持って、できるだけ早く投影を終わらせなさい。
Ilya's voice is shaking. I can feel her arms trembling as she hugs me from the front,
宝
too.
石剣までは私が連れて行くから、シローは息を止めているだけでいい。雑念は捨てて、余計なものは見ないで。シローは私の中からかのゼルレッジを抜き取ってくるだけでいい。
Space shatters. Is it because of all my senses plunge inside Ilya's internal records? Or because she undid the binding on my left arm? There's no pain. My pain perception plunges into layers of spinning pain, but it's eroded by damage to my body which doesn't correspond to pain. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. I don't know what this means. It's a giant circuit. Dozens of layers of crust adorn a stone mortar over 50 meters in radius. It's like I'm looking out across the landscape of Arizona through a huge telescope. The circuits stretch out in multiple layers. They circle in geometric patterns. A pale girl stands in the middle of the beautiful spiderweb. Her name is Justice Lizrak von Eisberg. I hope I said that correctly. She is the mage who established the Holy Grail War in this land. The Archmage, revered as the Winter Saint, accompanied by Zoken Makiri and Nagata Tosaka. the Greater Grail is active. Justice acts as a key, attempting to recreate an ancient magic. Without her, the Holy Grail would be only the Holy Grail. Heaven's Field requires her will. The old man is well aware of the Makiri's or Tosaka's hands. It would be nothing but a wish granter. My field of vision shrinks. The world zooms in. Cut my consciousness off from the excess. Because I cut my mind, my body becomes half its size. From the lower perspective of my shrunken body, this world is far too big. Eventually, I won't be able to see anything. How the 200-year-old ritual was created doesn't matter to me. I'm only here to see one thing. I contract my awareness again, focusing on the sword an old man is holding as he watches over the Greater Grail and its affairs. That's the original. A ritual dagger with a jewel for a blade. It glitters like a kaleidoscope, seeing my brain and my eyeballs. I comprehend it in a single glance. I understand that I cannot understand it. All I can do is imitate its shape. I can only analyze its structure and project it. What magic theories are woven into it? I use Archer's arm and mobilize the entirety of the heroic spirit Emiya's knowledge that the old man's dagger is an unexpected law of the world. Unexplored law of the world. It is from an alien planet, no one alien solar system. The old man embodies common wisdom. The old man embodies common wisdom from the far future, which our young species has yet to reach. I'm repelled. I can't let myself be repelled. I can't reach it. I must reach it. I reach out. I reach out. I reach out. With scorched eyeballs and cerebral nerves. I reach out dozens of meters. I reach. Ellie's voice echoes. Not yet. I haven't even touched it with my fingertips. How am I supposed to leave like this? How can I leave after witnessing a miracle, a singularity? Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. I jump up, or something pushes me up. I float in the air and hit the ground. My left arm, in pain. My tongue, fingers stiff. The shaking keeps. A huge kitchen knife stabs me in the side. It pisses me off, so I push whoever is holding. It pisses me off, so I push away whoever's holding the knife. I realize that I just punched Ilya. I brush off the dust and stand up. Thank goodness. Luckily, I didn't injure her. Ilya scolds me, jabbing an accusing finger in my nose. At my nose. Oh. I realize what she's talking about, and I look down at the hard sensation in my left hand. I rejected it. I pulled it off, but it looks somewhat different than what I saw on my record. In fact, I can't feel a speck of magical energy from the sword. Tosaka's Azathoth blade would have been dozens times better than this. The blade doesn't even look capable of cutting anything.
さくらは第三の加護を受けて凛を若輩の身でありながら第二を駆使しようって言うんだから、教会の連中がいたら調査どころの話じゃない。各部門挙げての裁判沙汰になりかねないわ。
Ilia chuckles.
へえ、この探検そんなにすごいものなのか。
ええ、正しく言うのなら多重次元屈折現象、宝石剣キシュアゼルレッチシュバイン用具。宝石剣ゼルレッチと呼ばれる魔導王の愛犬にして遠坂に残された家宝ってところ。と言っても遠坂に継承されたのは設計図だけで宝石剣そのものじゃないわ。それはね、遠坂の魔術師がもっと長い時間をかけてたどり着かなくちゃいけない魔法使いからの宿題なのよ。
魔法使いからの宿題って、遠坂の言ってた大主婦って魔法使いなのか。
そうよ。けどゼルレッチは魔法使いの中でも頻繁に属性に関わる変人だから、弟子は他にもいるでしょうね。ゼルレッチ本人はこの世界にはいないようだけど、リンが自分の手で宝石剣を作れるようになったらひょっこりやってくるかもしれない。
Not in this world. Hop in for a visit. She makes us some kind of old wanderer who travels around for fun. What? I got careless. My vision gets hazy when I relax. I clench my right hand and let the pendant dig into my torn skin, keeping me awake. I try to steady my breathing without letting Ilia notice. My limbs. I can still feel my limbs. Thank goodness. I was afraid I'd lose something after even one projection, but I'm not missing any part of my body. My brain still works. The fact I still know who I am is the strongest evidence of that. I should be able to manage one more projection. Not that I should try. I'm going to save Sakura using a different way than Tosaka. Now that I have Archer's arm, for the first time I can...
ってわけ。要するにね、大主婦の魔法、平行世界なのよ。それでついたあだ名が、とか宝石王とかカレイドスコープとか。
遠坂。
I can't make out what she's saying. It's not that I can hear, but Tosaka's saying words I don't understand. She's using strange words and holding something scary in her left hand. Tosaka's holding a sword I've never seen. Never seen? That can't be right. I just projected that, I think, and my left hand is empty, which means I must have given it to her.
シロ？さっきからさすがにの投影は。
I feel a terrible chill. My memory is going away. Can't remember. My understanding doesn't match the details. I clench my right hand hard. Blood drips, but I finally manage to focus my eyes.
遠坂。
I stand up. My limbs feel light compared to my disconnected head. They're so light that I suspect my insides are empty.
遠坂じゃないわよ。私とイリアは試し撃ちをしてくるから、シローは少しでも体を休めて。ってどうしたのよその手。
Tosaka rushes over to me. He moves shockingly slow.
なんでシローがこれ持ってるの？
I disconnect my mind and realize that she's holding my bloody right hand. Tosaka looks astonished. She's looking at the pendant in my hand. I don't know why she's so surprised. I'm holding this because...
シロ、どうしてあなたがこれを持っているの？それにこんなになるまで握りしめてるなんて正気？
どうしてってお守り代わりに持ってるだけだ。これは確か
I found it. Where? It's something so easy and hard to forget, but I can't remember how, no matter how hard I try. Yet someone who isn't me, my left arm, knows it better than I do.
その大切なものなんだ。それは肌身離さず最後まで持っていないと。
Words that aren't mine spill from my lips.
シロ、そのペンダントなら私も持ってる。
Kosaka takes a pendant out of her pocket. It's exactly the same. For a jewel user like Kosaka, this is probably an everyday sight, but she's so pretty. I bet an accessory like that would really liven her up.
そっくりだな。
I nod.
違うわ。私のは空っぽだけど、シローのは少しだけ残ってる。取るに足りない量だけど、それでも使われたからには意味があるんだわ。それ持っていて、何かの役に立つかもしれないから。
Kosaka puts her pendant away and takes Ilia's hand and starts walking.
おい、トサカ、どこ行くんだよ。
私はイリアに話があるのよ。1時間だけ休憩をあげるから部屋でおとなしくしてなさい。それとその右手、今すぐ手当てしないと本気で怒るわよ。
Her bad temper is very nearly murderous. She goes off with Ilia and doesn't say a word.
いいか、助かったといえば助かった。
I need to figure out exactly what's wrong with me or I won't be able to act. I'm still conscious. As long as I don't space out, I can be aware of my situation, like I have been so far.
どうしてこんなところにいるんだっけ？
I wonder why I'm in the shed. Sakura's warning. Sakura told us to run. Sakura said that she'd fight. And then... Oh yeah, we have to go to the cavern under Ryoto Temple.
竜道寺に行くのにどうして土蔵で倒れてるんだよ。
I've fallen on the ground. When I came to, I was sprawled out on the shed. My right arm throbs in pain. Thanks to that, I'm fully awake.
しっかりしろ、バカ野郎。
I stand up and check the feeling in my arms and legs. I don't feel so good. I'm losing something at alarming speed. It isn't critical. I should be able to fight like I have so far until morning, at least.
ひどい顔色ですね。私が認識できますか、シロ。
There she is. I gasp and whirl around. Deep within the shed, where the moonlight doesn't reach, a black cloth servant stands in the dark.
ライダー、お前、今まで。
はい。ずっとあなたを監視していました。私の使命はエミヤシローの守護ですが、私の主はサクラです。あなたがサクラに危害を加えようとする以上、あなたを守ることはできない。ですから、先の森ではあなたに手を貸さなかった。バーサーカーに追われたのは、あなたたちの自業自得ですから。
Ryder coolly explains. She's very businesslike. It seems that she was waiting for me to be alone.
そうか。じゃあ、ここに現れたのは。
あなたを殺すためですね。あなたたちはサクラの敵です。なら、このままサクラの元になど行かせるわけにはいかない。
嘘だ! Ryder is running her stake-shaped daggers. She inches closer, her murder intent clear. Murderous intent. Ryder serious. I mean, the answer is obviously the last thing, but... Tell her the answer she's waited for. I knew this question was coming eventually. Was it again? Remember, it was... Oh, right. Will you be on Sakura's side until the end? I remember. Before Ryder asked me a question under the stars. She wanted to know whether I would be on Sakura's side until the very end, no matter what. I couldn't answer back then, but now I can say it with pride.
ライダー、あんたが桜を大切にしているのはわかる。今だって、俺を行かせたら、桜が苦しむから止めようとしてるんだろ
ええ。それが分かっていて桜を殺しに行くのですか、シロ。
殺すためじゃない。救うために行くんだ。ライダー、俺は最後まで桜を守る。どんなことになろうと、桜を選ぶ。そのために、あんたの力を貸してくれ。俺と遠坂だけじゃ、桜を助けられない。桜を本当に大切に思ってくれるなら、今だけでも手を貸してくれ。
それは、いつぞやの質問の回答ということですか。
And not silently.
いいでしょう。ですが、私は勝算のない戦いには赴きません。あなたは私に何を期待するのですか、シロ。
What I expect Ryder to do? There's only one thing. Out of all servants in this war, Ryder is the only one with the noble phantasm that can resist Saber's noble phantasm, which is Sakura's most powerful card.
その前に質問がある。あんたの宝具は今でも使えるのか。
使えます。桜は未だ私に魔力を供給していますから。
Why?
じゃあ次。サーバントは実体化していてもカテゴリー的には霊体なんだろう。となると通常の武器ではサーバントを傷つけられないのか。
そうですね。通常のサーバントなら無効化できますが、桜に囚われたサーバントは別です。セイバーは肉を与えられ、霊体に戻れない生命です。強力な魔術品ならば、彼らがまとった黒い影を突破できるでしょう。
そうか。なら決まりだ。賞賛はあるし、役割もはっきりしている。ライダー、あんたには1対1でセイバーを倒してもらう。具体的に言うとだな。
I whisper in Ryder's ear. It's not like anyone's listening to us, but I'm just being safe.
なるほど。確かにその方法なら突破できる。何しろ純粋な力勝負です。紛れが起こる心配もない。
だろ？まあ、問題があるとしたら、それは。
あなたの技量と、あなたの技量を私がどこまで信頼できるか、ですね。
I nod. Ryder pauses for a moment, placing a finger on her lips in contemplation.
承知しました。あなたを信頼し、一時の主と認めましょう。
Then she agrees to my suggestion with a surprisingly lovely smile. Both hands on the clock point on the top. It's midnight, the time we agreed upon. I'm gonna take a bathroom break because I gotta pee. Then we'll continue on to the fight. Back. Let's continue. It's midnight, the time we agreed upon. I wrap up the Azoth blade and keep it on my waist. It's my only weapon. The only other thing I could take with me is the pendant Tosaka talked about.
シロ、リンが呼んでるわ。外で待ってるから、準備ができ次第来なさいって。
Ilya will stay here. It's true that Zokin's targeting Ilya, but it's also my way for her to stay here.
そうか。遠坂、先に外で待っているのか。
ええ、早く来いって顔してたから、急がないとまた小言よ。
I nod at Ilya and stand up. My left arm doesn't hurt anymore. My functions as a living creature are just slowly being eroded. If I stop, I won't know what I'm doing.
それじゃあ行ってくる。イリアも気をつけてな。
いってらっしゃいシロ。夜が明ける頃にさくらとリンと3人で帰ってきてね。
This episode's probably going to be a little bit longer because I think this is going to be the finale. Also hit the like button. Alright. I wave at Illy and leave the room. Okay, I don't know why I bothered saying that because you guys can tell by the runtime how long the video is, but the living room is silent. 10 years. Oops. So much has happened here. I've made a lot of memories. Much of it came recently. The morning scene became so familiar to me over the last year and a half. The shed is silent. This Shido and Miya's tiny workshop, a place I spent so much time in, was like my own bedroom. This is where I followed in Kiritsuga's footsteps and threw myself into training every night. If we're reminiscing, we're probably going to die. I figured we were going to die anyway, but when I fell asleep here, sometimes she would come to wake me up. Feels like it happened a long time ago. I can even remember the smell of her air. Of the air. The bedroom is silent. It's a guest room that's only been used in the last several days. There aren't any memories here. But it reminds me of Sakura. I sigh and lean against the wall. I can't remember. I can't remember anything that happened in this house or anything I've experienced. And yet, when I walk through these rooms, Sakura's face clearly comes to mind. How much Sakura means to me. It's a struggle just to stay conscious. My memories are all over the place. The 10 years I've spent in this house are turning to a haze. There's something I still remember well. No matter what else I'll lose, the memory of Sakura will always be fresh in my mind. I heave a long sigh. What I need to do has always been the same. I anchor my disconnected mind and leave Sakura's room. I leave nothing behind. Once we made a promise here. We knew we couldn't keep it, but we said it to encourage each other. I'll make it again right now. There was a small glimmer of hope that we'd go somewhere together. It is an altar enshrining the stars. Fire blazes as if connected heaven and earth. That's almost what that said. Flickering flames illuminate the dark cave, searing the canopy above. But this is no godly shrine. The sky it connects to is deep underground, and the burning torch is black, not red. The air is murky, the wind is stagnant, and the water oozing down the walls is the color of poison. This underground kingdom is said to have been the lair of a dragon. In fact, it is modeled after the stomach of a dragon. None who visit this place are human. Those who seek salvation in this otherworldly realm, who rejoice in this bizarre sight, must only be the sort of demons who flee the light of the sun. A skull-masked face chokes in the midst of this realm. Lit by dark crimson, he is the servant assassin who's lost his master to Kirei Kotomine.
ここまでか。魔力提供がなくては、もはや体が持たぬ。
The white skull creeps along a wall. Ahead of him stands a girl. Dressed in black curses, she stares absently at this approaching skull.
ようやくたどり着いたか。魔術師殿。姿は見えぬが、恩義は健在か。
He stops 5 or 6 meters from the girl. Stuck to the wall like a spider, Assassin calls out to the void.
よく戻ったな、アサシン。
Can this dude just die? Fuck! Finally, someone answers. The old mage's voice rings out in the void. The old man should have been eliminated by Kirei, but here he is, alive and well. It is only logical. Zokimato, which was crushed in the forest, was no more than a swarm of worms. His real body, which anchors his soul to the world, sleeps elsewhere in a safe location. Even the priest's holy words cannot destroy the old mage, as long as the insects that compromise his real body remain intact.
しかし、手足とも潰されたのは答えたわ。今のわしでは、お主に起こる魔力も作り出せん。かといって、地上で新しい肉を調達するのも手間じゃ。負担をかけるが頃合いか。さくら、アサシンと契約を結べ。まさかを失った今、新しい護衛が必要じゃろ。
The old mage intones an order. The black cursed girl, Sakuramato, doesn't respond. She ignores the absolute authority of the old man and continues staring out into space with lightless eyes.
何をしておるさくら。わしの言葉が聞けぬというのか。
A threatening current runs beneath his irritated tone. The old man is slightly on edge. He's angry at the girl's ineptitude for losing Berserker and letting Aliasville slip away.
さくら、もう一度言うぞ。わしの言葉が聞けぬというのか。
Bold contempt. The girl has never defied the old man when he speaks like that. Not out of fear, but because his dominance is absolute. She does fear him, of course, but she's literally unable to defy him. Reason being, her heart is...
待たれよ魔術師殿。この女、もはや精神が壊れてしまっているのではないか。あれほどの念を受け入れているのだ。脆弱な小娘に耐えきれるはずもない。
The old man's irritation vanishes. He returns to calm silence. In the dark crimson pit, there is the sound of a slithering worm.
どうやらそのようじゃな。しばらくは持つかと思うたが、幕引きはあっけなかったの。
The old mage sounds disappointed and utterly enthused. The girl doesn't answer. Her mind has been swallowed by the darkness.
では、予定通りその娘を。人聞きの悪い。予定通りなどではないぞ。あくまで仕方なくじゃ。麻藤桜の理性は消えてしまった。このままでは、あの化け物を制御する者がいなくなってしまう。故に非道と知りながらも、空洞になった孫娘を食らおうというのではないか。
He snickers. The laughter comes from the girl's throat. The old mage is laughing using the empty Sakura's vocal cords.
では急ぎ行っていただけぬかな。私の体は消えかけている。早急に魔力をもらわねば消えてしまう。では始めるとするか。いやはや実に残念だぞさくら。ここまであれを育てたお主じゃ。せめて聖杯を手に入れる栄光は譲りたかったのだが仕方あるまい。恨むのなら己を恨め。儀式が間に合わなかったわ。イリアスフィールを逃したお前の落ち度よ。
A crunching sound. A worm wriggles its way to the back of the girl's neck. It can't be seen. There is no worm crawling under her skin, not from the outside. There was never any escape for the girl, not from the twisted thoughts nestled against her heart. Zokimato, insect user. His real body, the host for his decaying soul, is the pseudo-nerves raiding Sakamoto's heart. That's fucked up, man.
体はまだ変わりきっていないが、何贅沢は言わん。その肉体、消えた主に代わってわしが引き継いでやる。さらばだ桜。実験作の身でよくぞ耐え抜き、よくぞわしを楽しませた。
There is a slippery sign of wriggling blood vessels. Zokamoto's rotten spiritual body orders his worm body to eat the girl's brain. But
その必要はありません、おじいさま。私は大丈夫です。
the girl places a hand on her chest and opens her eyes.
おう、飲まれてしまったかと思うたが、まだ踏みとどまっておったが。うん。では桜、ちと事情が変わってな。わしではアサシンを維持できなくなった。少しばかり負担をかけるが、わしの代わりにアサシンと契約するがよい。
The old mage issues a command as he always does. However, the girl shakes her head in denial.
何のつもりかな、桜。
ですから言ったでしょ、おじいさま。その必要はありません、と。
Her icy voice rings in the gloom. Suddenly, the white skull on the wall is swallowed by something dark and enormous.
何?
Their air astonishment comes too late. Assassin's entire body is compressed in a single attack, leaving only his mask intact. The mask falls. Beneath the white mask where his face should be is only another skull.
なんだ。どんな顔をしてるかと思えば、もともと顔がない人だったんですね。あなたは顔を隠していたんじゃなくて、素顔を隠すことで顔があると思わせているだけのつまらない人だった。
小娘、
顔をなくして名前も捨てて、それでも永遠を求めたなんて。けど残念。永遠を求めるなら、おじいさまのようにこれからも生き続けることを望まないと。いくら聖杯でも、過去に戻ってあなたの名前を取り戻すなんてことはできないんだから。言えなさい、山の主。あなたは何者でもない一人の暗殺者。ただ一人の破産になどなれないわ。
The shadow swallows his death cry. The skull-masked assassin is devoured without a trace.
貴様、正気か？何をするのだ、このバカ者め。
The old man's confusion borders on madness. Is he shocked by the sudden development or driven mad by the indescribable terror? The girl laughs at the old man who used to control her.
だってあの人、二度も先輩に手を挙げたでしょ。だから殺しました。だって、先輩を傷つけていいのは。それにおじいさま。おじいさまはもう、彼に守られなくてもいいんです。なら、彼には暇をあげないとかわいそう。
I like the voice actress for Sakura. She's put an edge in her voice and I like it. Then there's a wet sound. The girl plunges her fingers down her own body, tearing out the worm burrowed deep inside. It acts inactive of psychic surgery. What to call this terror, this confusion? The girl gouges out her own body, tearing into her own nerves to shreds, also while giggling coolly.
何をする、桜。
He wriggles. With lightless eyes, the girl examines the thing that is her grandfather. The thing calling itself her grandfather. the thing that seems to have been the thing that seems to have been her grandfather.
なんだ。やってみたら簡単なんですね。私、おじいさまはもっと大きいかと思っていました。
In fact, the worm serving as Zokenmoto's main body was not always this diminutive. The old mage changed his host to a more suitable worm in order to parasitize the girl's heart. To do that, he needed to be smaller than her heart. In retrospect, his eccentric taste turned out to be his downfall.
桜よもや。
あの神父さんには感謝しないといけませんね。あの方がおじいさまを消してくださらなかったら、本当に私が食べられていたところだった。
She's seen right through him. No, this was inevitable from the beginning. The old mage never bothered to hide his objective, and the girl could not defy his will. So there was no problem. He only ever treated her as his eventual replacement body. So she only had to wait until it was time to raise the flag of rebellion.
待て。違うぞ桜。お前に取り付くというのは最後の手段だ。お前の意識があるのなら、門は全てお前に与える。わしは魔党の血統が栄えればそれでよい。お前が勝者となり、全てを手に入れるのならば、それでよいのだ、桜。
The worm wriggles. She gently smiles at the filthy creature between her fingers.
それではなおさらですね。だって、もうおじいさまの手はいりません。あとは私だけでも、門を開けることはできますから。
Something inconceivable is happening. The old mage made only one mistake.
待つのだ。待ってくれ、桜。わしはお前のことを思ってやってきたのだぞ。
Ah, yes. Lying. Manipulation.
それを恩をあだで返すような真似を。
さようなら、おじいさま。200年も地の底でうごめいていたのは疲れたでしょう。さあ、もうお消えになっても結構です。
The old man is raised to the girl too well. He failed to notice the darkness within her heart, the darkness within her, and mistook it for purity. Only the girl remains at the altar. The flickering black blaze delights in the girl's independence and a personification of itself. The dark girl looks at the blood sucking her hand. She stands there emptily like a puppet with its strings cut, her laugh echoing on and on. Nobody comes out to greet us. Rito Temple looms over us like a giant hunched in darkness. I feel some strange power from it. Is it the wind blowing up in the sky? I crane my neck to listen and hear howling wind.
階段の上に力を感じます。境内の裏手にある池に何らかの場が作られているようですが。
いいえ、そっちに用はないわ。上で作られてる場は表向きのただ聖杯を欲しがるマスター用のもんよ。聖杯戦争の大元に行こうって言うんなら上じゃなくて下に行かないとね。
Osaka walks away from the stairs and into the forest.
ライダー、大丈夫か？竜道寺は結界が張ってあるんだろ？サーバントは正門からしか山に入れないって聞いたけど。
多少の重圧はありますが、耐えられるレベルです。それに、中に入りさえすれば、この土地はサーバントにとって最適な霊脈です。大気に満ちたマナを吸い上げれば、回復はたやすい。
そうか。辛いだろうが、少しの間我慢してくれ。
We push our way through the trees, walking through the night. There aren't even any game trails out here, and we mostly have to drop down small cliffs and rock walls.
イリアの話じゃこの辺りなんだけど、シロ、入り口らしきもの見当たらない？
らしきものってなんだよ。
岩肌に人が入れそうな亀裂があるとか、あからさまに怪しい社とかよ。一応入り口なんだから、まさか落とし穴ってわけでもないでしょ。
無茶言うな。星が出てるからって夜の森で周りが見通せるかって。
No, I can see pretty well actually. There are withered trees all around us. Maybe we're behind Feito Temple now. Of course, there's no man-made buildings in sight, unless you got the dead trees in a bubbling brook. Wait. That means the water must be coming from somewhere.
ライダー、あの小川の先、岩が固まってるよな。真っ暗でよく見えないけど、あれ、もしかして横穴になってないか？
シロ、振り向かないように。
I hear a small metallic sound, like a clasp being undone. Ryder must have taken off her blindfold.
ありますね。天然の洞穴ですが、人間が入れないこともない。ここからでは1メートルほどで行き止まっているように見えますが、魔術による偽装が感じられます。
そっか、助かる。トサがそれらしいものあったみたいだ。
I call out to Tosaka and head down the stream. It turned out to be only a spring rather than a river. It's flowing from several piles of rocks, and we finally come across an opening that one person can fit through. The rocks remind me of igloos. One could tell at a glance that you'd hit a rock as soon as you step inside, and no sane person would ever think of entering.
当たり。この岩簡単にすり抜けるわ。
Tosaka goes inside without looking back.
先にどうぞ。後ろは私が守ります。
I nod at Ryder and venture into the darkness. I make scraping sounds on the stone. I feel my way through with my hands on the wet ground. The ground begins to slope dramatically. It's tight and claustrophobic in the darkness. I'll tumble down to the infinite darkness unless I slowly go down on my back. In the dark, I make a slow descent, sprawled on the angled rock. The way ahead is dark. I can't tell how far down this goes. I can only hear my breathing.
シロ、今のうちに聞いておく。
Then, Tosaka suddenly talks to me from ahead.
いいけど、なんだ？
宝石剣、なんで作ってくれたの？
Her tone is bored, like she's making small talk to kill time because she's tired of climbing down.
なんでって、なんでさ。
だから、私はサクラを殺すって言ってるのよ。そんな私に武器を預けていいのかってこと。
I nod in the dark. Tosaka's right, of course.
よくない。よくないけど、トサカがいないとサクラは助けられない。サクラを助けたいんなら、一人より二人の方が確実だろ。それに、剣を投影するのは約束だった。俺はトサカとの約束を果たせなかった。だから、もう一つの約束だけはきちんと守りたかったんだ。
It was quite a while ago. After I lost Saber, I asked Tosaka for help. She helped me and I made her a promise. I would make her win. I promised to make Tosaka the victor of the Holy Grail War. I can't keep that promise anymore. So I want to at least keep my other promise. At that time, for Rin Tosaka, the girl I liked at the time, who believed in me when I had nothing left.
そう。律儀ね、あなた。
ああ、トサカほどじゃないけどな。
The darkness goes still again. Our conversation ends there. We don't look at each other, we just stoically descend the infernal depths. A long path seems to take us through the underworld itself. It's a winding path, and my body feels like it's walked more than 100 meters. We turn to find ourselves facing a dark cavern. The one-man wide path becomes an ever deeper passage. We don't need any illumination. Some sort of luminescent moss suffuses the cavern with a green glow. The passage teems with life energy. It feels so raw. It's an air of birthing, filled with vitality that seems to celebrate life. Abundant odd of flowing mana as far as the eye can see. It's so raw that it makes me nauseous. The warmth of radiant life is so filthy I want to turn away from it. I have nothing to say. This is a land of death. Talking to Sokka would lower my guard enough for me to get killed.
行くわよ。ここからは自分の命を優先して。
Sokka goes deeper down the passage toward the source of the dark air. Ryder and I move forward, keeping an eye on our surroundings. I see something red on the ground. These are unmistakably bloodstains. The blood spatter continues into the cave. Did someone get here before us? Were they wounded so badly that they bled everywhere they walked?
シロ、
すまない、すぐ行く。
I shake off the premonitions and keep walking. I can't afford to worry about anyone else now. If I lose focus, my mind will shut off. Worrying about extra things could erase me entirely. I grip the pendant tightly in my right hand. I use the pain to remind myself who I am and step into the verdant dark. A tepid breeze caresses my cheeks. We come to the end of the passage, which opens into a large cavern. It's as wide as the school grounds. I can't see the ceiling in the murk, but it could be as high as 10 meters. There's no signs of life. The forgotten underground wasteland reminds me of the pictures of the moon surface I saw in books long ago. There stands Saber, waiting for us. She's the only one in the cave. I don't see Sakura, Zoken, or Assassin. Only the darkened swordsman blocks our path.
Saber.
She wouldn't have anything to say to me. Of course not. Saber's only job is to eliminate intruders. She's the gatekeeper and executioner here. She's the strongest servant protecting Sakura, and she could take us both alone.
話し合いで通してくれるって雰囲気じゃなさそうね。
Sakura arms herself with a jeweled sword she kept behind her waist, keeping her stance low. She intends to attack from the front. I don't know what powers that sword has, but she seems to think it'll work in a clash against Saber. But it won't go well. I know Saber, so there's no way to deal with her. So there are ways to deal with her. We shouldn't reveal our only weapon while Zoken and Assassin could still be waiting.
遠坂待て、セイバーは。
リン、私にはあなたと争う理由はない。くれぐれも間違いで私に剣を向けないように。あなたをここで殺してしまっては、さくらの命令に背いてしまう。
Saber's quiet voice is the same as ever. It stops Rin in her tracks. Tosaka and I both know what that means.
どういうつもり？あなたはここの門番よね、セイバー。
はい。相手が何者であれ、ここを通る者は消去する。それがさくらの命令です。ですが、
私は例外。さくらの方から会いたがってるってわけ？
Saber nods wordlessly.
そう。本気なんだ、さくら。
She murmurs briefly. After a big sigh, Tosaka walks towards Saber.
遠坂。
悪いわね。そういうわけだから先に行かせてもらうわ。
Tosaka boldly walks past Saber, just before she blends into the dark.
シロ、あんたがどうなるかは知らないけど、私は信頼してるんだから、ちゃんと期待に応えてよね。
Hold on. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that vague statement. Not that my brain is working very well right now.
だから蹴りがついた後に来られて文句言われるのも迷惑だってこと。そのさくらを助けたいって言うんならあんまり遅くならないようにね。
She is blushing. She's not blushing how like they normally show blush, though. It's like faded into her skin as opposed to the blush marks. That's really cute. Sokka's long hair whips through the air and she disappears into the depths of the cave without looking back. Thanks, Tosaka. That boosted my spirits. In other words, telling me to come before she settled her score with Sakura was her roundabout way of cheering me on.
それは不可能です。あなたはここで死ぬのですから。シロ。
Saber's bloodlust swells. Hisaka's gone, leaving only me. I suppose this is the situation. Saber doesn't intend to hide her hostility anymore.
殺すとは聞き捨てなりませんね。あなたが手にかけるのはこの道を通る者のみ。彼がこの場にとどまるのならあなたに襲われることはないはずですが。
とどまるのならばそうしよう。だがその男はどうあっても先に進む。私には勝てないと理解していながら先に進むしかない。違いますか、ライダー。
そう。先に仕えていたのはあなただったわね。セイバー、彼の性格知っていて当然ということ。
Saber narrows her eyes. She holds a black-dyed sacred sword in her hands. She's coming. Me or Ryder. If either of us takes so much as a step forward, Saber will rush us and cut us down with a single blow.
セイバー、どうあっても引かないんだな。
くどい。それが私の役割と言った。
I grasp with a holy shrug covering my left arm. Saber doesn't show a hint of doubt. We're enemies now. That's the undeniable truth that I saw for myself in the forest that night. And I answer.
そうか。なら、ここでお前を消滅させる。
I have to accept it.
俺はサクラを助ける。そのために、お前は邪魔だ。
Saber isn't my only enemy. I still need to deal with the assassin and Zoken who's responsible for all of this. I can't let this take up any more of our time.
シロ、あなたは後ろに。指示通り、セイバーの相手は私がします。
Ryder pushes behind me while removing her blindfold. That's probably not what that said. Ryder pushes me behind her while removing her blindfold. Saber raises her sword. The tip of her sword is already keenly focused on Ryder.
バカ言うな。二人がかりでやるって言っただろう。ライダーじゃセイバーには。
倒せないまでも押しとどめることはできる。幸いセイバーは魔眼よけの特性を持っていません。
Doesn't she just resist magic in general? Doesn't that count as magic?
魔力で上回る彼女を石化することはできませんが、重圧をかけることはできる。全力でかかれば2分は拮抗できるでしょう。
Ryder's eyes focus on Saber. They can turn everything they see to stone, and that can weaken Saber
状
temporarily.
況は私が作ります。あなたは動かず、気を逃さぬよう気を配りなさい。
ライダ
ー。では、私の命はあなたに預けます。シロ。
Ryder vanishes. She charges in the dark night. She charges the dark night at extreme speed, raising a gust of wind. Human eyesight can't perceive Ryder's godlike speed. Saber casually knocks her back.
いいだろう。まずはあなたが消えろ、ライダー。
An enormous pressure suffuses the cave. The black swordsman smiles coldly and calmly begins to move. Alright, let's see what Rin's up to. Her field of view expands. As soon as she leaves the darkness, Rin Tosaka forgets that she's underground. She sees an infinitely high canopy in the black sun. This massive space is no cave, it's a desolate land. It's easily 3 kilometers in diameter. A giant monolith stands at the entrance. It's the beginning of this war and the end. Once she climbs that precipice, she should see a giant crater. Therein lies a system that's been operating for 200 years. A dark pillar burns inside the bowl of a huge rock containing the giant magic circle called the Greater Grail. The black shadow pulsates. A wave of magical energy leaks out from something within, illuminating the wasteland. According to the Tosaka archives, this is called the Altar of the Beginning. In its very center lies a circular cloister, a heart world, the Cup of Heaven. Pregnant with immeasurable magical energy, it gives rise to an otherworld worthy of its name.
あれがアンリマユ。この世すべての悪っていうのは伊達じゃないってことね。
Rin makes a light remark as she walks toward the altar. She's worried about Shio and Ryder, but her situation isn't much better. The magical energy filling the Greater Grail isn't in a dimension that humans can do anything about. It is effectively an inexhaustible vortex of magical energy. An inexhaustible resource that mages from around the world gather here to use. A human could never use it all up in their lifetime, and even if there was a limit to it, it's still correct to call it inexhaustible.
不可能はないか。確かにあれはあらゆる願いを可能にする聖杯だ。
She could feel her resolve starting to break under the premonition of death numbing her limbs, and the overwhelming disparity in combat strength. But Rin keeps walking, distracting herself with light-hearted quips. At the moment, she's on her guard against Zoken and Matoa, an assassin. To Rin, Sakura Matoa isn't an opponent she needs to be cautious of. She doesn't feel any threat from Sakura, who's lost sight of herself. In the end, Sakura is Zoken's puppet. Her greatest foe is Zoken, no doubt. Any face-off with Sakura will come once the rest of the affair is settled.
おかしい。これじゃ祭壇についちゃうんだけど、私。
Zoken wouldn't have allowed an intruder to come this far. He would have attacked her well before she got this close. But he's nowhere to be seen, and Rin is almost at the altar. She considers why Zoken hasn't stopped her, and the fact that she hasn't sensed him or assessed it at all. Rin takes her observations and makes a deduction. She wants to deny it, but her mind goes easily to that conclusion. No, she has no choice but to accept it. Because...
嬉しいわ、姉さん。逃げずに来てくれたんですね。
Her deduction is no unmistakable fact. We finally get to see it. She looks up. On top of the high cliff, in front of a black sun, Sakura Matoa welcomes her sister. Your fit is still trash. Rin takes up a slight step back, overwhelmed by Sakura's sheer gravity. Her transformation is more than anything Rin expected. Anjira Mayinu is a serpent with no definite form. It's nothing more than a shadow incarnated by human wishes, modeled after human fantasies. Again, the music just decides to take me for a fucking loop. Thus, its power is granted to the host of Master who will give birth to it. At this very moment, Sakura Matoa is Anjira Mayinu. Mayinu. She serves the function of taking the curse of all evil in the world, giving it direction and spilling it into the world.
参った。綺麗がいたら神の代行者とか言うんだろうな。
Looking up at Sakura, who has become endless magical energy, Rin unseals the jeweled sword. But is this something she can even fight? Weapons which support magecraft and mystic codes which support rituals are broadly divided into two categories. The first type are amplifying functions. These are backup fuel sources that amplify or replenish a mage's energy or enhance their magecraft. They are treated as orthodox support mystic codes, and any mage owns at least one. Ridge jewels fall into this category. The second type are limited functions. Special magical implements where the weapon is the magecraft itself. They are powered by a mage's magical energy and enact a predefined mystic. Their greatest advantage is that a user can execute magecraft that they personally can't perform as long as they have the magical energy. Limited functions may not be versatile and restrict to a single purpose, but they have accordingly powerful effects. For example, a spear which always pierces the heart. A bridle that cannot control a divine beast. Or a dagger that cancels out all magic effects. Most noble phantasms are classified as limited functions. Which type does Rin's Jeweled Sword fall into? It's an amplifying function, which grants the user its magical energy. Or a limited function which defeats the enemy with a unique ability. Still, and no matter what it is, she doesn't feel like it'll work against Sakura. This is an overwhelming disparity in power. Sakura could Sakura could probably blow away any magecraft without even trying.
どうしました姉さん、そんなに怯えて。今さら臆病風に吹かれたなんて言わないでくださいね。言うじゃない。そういうあんたこそいつもそばにいる保護者はどうしたのよ。弱虫なんだからすぐ近くにいてもらわないと困るんじゃない？
The air freezes. The lukewarm vitality that fills the cave becomes tinged with dark bloodlust. The dark girl bites her lips slightly and sighs.
おじい様ならもういません。邪魔でしたからアサシンと一緒に潰したんです。
She giggles and smiles elegantly. She didn't need to ask. Sakura killed Zoken. Of course he wouldn't show up. In the very end, the old mage was eaten by his own pet dog.
なるほど。完全に自由になったわけね。良くも悪くも、ゾウケンは今まであんたを縛っていた支配者だった。その抑圧を自分の手で始末して、もう怖いものはないってわけ。いいえ、それがまだなんですよ、姉さん。おじい様を消したくらいじゃダメなんです。こんなに強くなって何だってできるようになったのに、もう姉さんなんて取るに足りない存在なのに、姉さんは私の中から消えてくれない。姉さんは私の中で今も懲りずに私をいじめ続けている。だからあなたがいる限り私は自由になんてなれません。
Her voice's light and sing-song get heavy and sticky. The contradiction proves that she's insane. In fact, the bloodlust filling the cavern is madness tinged with arrogance and awe.
その割にはご機嫌じゃない。ゾウケンを殺してアサシンも殺して、その分じゃキレイもあんたに殺されたと見るべきね。あれだけ嫌がってたのに大した手際だわ。人殺しにはもう慣れたの？ええ。だって人を潰すのも飲み込むのも変わらないもの。人間は遊んでいないと毎日がつまらなくて意味がないし、飲まないと乾いて苦しいでしょ。ほら、だから同じ。姉さんと変わらない。私は当たり前のようにみんながしていることをするだけです。ちょっと今のへりくつ本気で言ってる？へりくつなんかじゃありません。私は間違ってない。違ったのは強くなったからです。強くなったから今までとはあり方が変わってしまっただけ。私は強くなりました。強くなれば何をしても許されるんじゃないんですか？そう、強くなれば
誰にも負けなければ今までのことだって許される。私が私じゃなくなれば今までしてきたことも全部当たり前の仕方のないことだって言えるはずです。
She screams in rage. It's the sobbing whine of a child who has nothing else to believe in.
わかりましたか、姉さん。私はそういうものになるんです。だから誰だって殺せます。そんなの私にとっては当たり前のことなんだから。そうで、目につくものなら片っ端から八つ当たりするわけか。けどシロはどうなの？あいつは今でもあんたを助けられると信じてる。それでも関係なくあんたはあいつをやっちゃう気？
The girl's face twitches. Rin's question was her last barrier. Her ecstasy begins to recede. Hearing the boys are so near at the hand, the girl manages to reel in her mind that she'd nearly let go of. Then she smiles gently.
それは先輩だって例外じゃないわ。私が殺してしまいたいのはあの人だけなんです、姉さん。私、先輩も飲み込んでしまいたい。
Sakura's answer is too late, in every sense of the word. Rin grips the jeweled sword, calculating the distance to the enemy above her.
何がアンリ前と差し違えるよ。バカな子だと思ってたけど、ここまでバカとは思わなかったわ。完全に取り込まれて、とっくに人間やめてたのね。
The hostility is plain in Rin's voice. As the administrator of these lands, she has identified the sister as evil.
強がりですね。素直になってください、姉さん。こんな強い力を見せられて、本当は羨ましがってるんでしょ？嫉妬してるんでしょ？だからわざわざ叶わないって知りながら私を殺しに来たんです。そう、この子を私から取り上げてまた自分だけで幸せになる気なんだ。
A shadow rises. It's a cluster of magic energy unlike any before, a power of absorption rivaling the servant's noble phantasm, and not just one, more rear up one after another.
渡さない。
Somebody watch Evangelion.
姉さんにあげるものは後悔と絶望だけ。
Someone also played Final Fantasy VII.
それをゆっくりと教えてあげます。
Four shadows tower over them. They reach the girl below, like giant protectors.
力の差を見せてあげますね。姉さん、今度は誰も助けに来ない。湖に落ちた虫みたいに、この私に溺れなさい。
A shadow giant approaches. Rin Tosako is swallowed by a massive power that can't be dodged or blocked. Well, she's dead. Two dark figures clash. One of them is Ryder, who dashes at supersonic speed, unleashing a dizzying flurry of attacks from the ground, the air, front and back, left and right. The way her long hair trails behind her as she streaks back and forth resembles a shooting star. And yet, the shooting star is all too feeble. Okay. I'm being advised by my chat in order to get the bad end first, which is to refuse Ryder's help, which I guess we'll do. Ryder's target is Ryder's target is the swordswoman. Saber takes a firm, assured stance and intercepts Ryder's assault with overwhelming force. It fails to budge her at all. Ryder leaps and strikes from unexpected and wild angles, but Saber just needs to turn and bat her daggers aside. Her riposts steadily break down Ryder. Her firmness and fierceness are like that of a black sun, a giant star that burns any who approach it. Even if it can fly through the air, a shooting star that could blink out at any second can never overcome a sun. Oh, you mean go back to the shed and do it? No, I'm not doing that. We just missed it then. If you guys want to see me go back and get the bad ending, hit the like button. Another of Ryder's ambushes fail, and her strength is shaved away. She boasts superhuman speed, but she's being forced back by Saber's counterattacks. In the blink of an eye, she retreats and charges like a dark firework. But she's only barely evading mortal injury. The difference in strength is clear. Ryder's speed drops with each assault. High-speed movement and rapid attacks too fast for the eye to follow. Any of Saber's injuries are automatically healed. The conclusion seems foregone. It takes every last drop of Ryder's energy to suppress Saber. Ryder keeps attacking while Saber stops with her attacks of her own. Ryder knows that she and the boy she calls Master will be killed instantly if Saber goes on the offensive. So she keeps running, knowing that she's going to burn out soon. Her strength is sapped with each passing second. Ryder said that she could hold out for 2 minutes. It's already been 10 minutes since she passed that point. Her legs are starting to collapse from within under extreme strain. Meanwhile, Saber is completely unharmed. All of Ryder's attacks failed to reach Saber, while Saber remains firmly planted, showing no sign of fatigue. Skill, strength, magical energy. Saber has the overwhelming advantage in all three. So the instant Ryder loses her edge, her speed, Saber will most likely move. Ryder's mobility steadily declines. It's only a matter of time before Saber catches her. She'll be forced to catch her breath after a few more seconds, probably once the next attack is repelled. Once Ryder loses her physical and magical strength, she can't operate at full output anymore. Saber will cut her in two. But they predicted the situation. Before setting out of the cave, Ryder and the boy both knew that the battle would run this way. She knows that this is a losing tactic. But there's only one way to avert her death. They wait for the opportunity with bated breath. Ryder attacks Saber. At the same time, I loosen the binding on my left arm, and I begin projecting. I'm fading away. I loosen the holy shroud on Archer's left arm. Search. I'm being blown away. The wind is powerful. I'm beginning to fail to understand anything I see, making me want to cry. Release my right hand. Put the shroud back on. I can't take this for even a second. I'll lose it. I'll lose what's precious to me. Search. Select. Okay, the way that that's phrased makes me think I have to do something, but I don't think there's a way to hit search or select. No, in this moment, every part of my body is dead. Ryder is fighting for her life. Do you want me to do something? This feels very meta. How about 2? Ram. Durandal. retro and a normal first. Whatever end I get is whatever ending I'm getting. If people want to see the other endings, you guys gotta hit the like button. I'm not kidding about that. I will stop. Like I said, this is not doing good for my analytics on Twitch. Unnamed dagger. Named axe sword. She isn't winning. She isn't whining. I too need to do what I can to fight. I can't lose focus for even a second. Ryder will decide the timing. I need to free my left arm in advance so I can be ready. Select analyze. Is that a thing that I can do? I'm getting real paranoid about that. I don't see a fucking analyze button or anything, but it feels like I should be able to find one. Alright. But it hurts. It hurts. I'm scared. Hurry. Hurry. Art. Yet. Rin. I disappear. I just lost something important. I can't remember what I lost. I just know that there was something. That's just sheet of self-hypnosis. It just felt like I should be doing something. Like, I don't know, like fucking. Has anyone played the game One Shot where they tell you to go into your game files in order to delete shit? Or you know what, better like Doki Doki Literature Club, where you go, oh yeah, the game files is just like this. If you know how to get there, it's just like this. But you wouldn't do that, would you? It's like, that's what that felt like. I felt like I should be doing something. I just know there was something important, something I kept close, and I'll never remember it again. Reserve, 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 reserve. Something rips. My right lung is torn out from inside. Still not yet. My mind won't last. Ryder's desperate too. We won't lose. Look directly at Ryder with your heart and soul. She left her life in your hands. Ryder has her battle to fight. And I'll fight my way. Ryder stops moving. She's on her knees in front of Saber. Maybe she's too weak to retreat. Saber's sword streaks through the air. Ryder's going to die. We just use the next projection, right? Because clashing with Saber would just result in our death. Waiting for my chance seems that Ryder is going to fucking die, so I feel like the correct choice is use my projection. I guess I just saved. It should be fine. I surpassed my limits. I'm going to project a weapon to stop Saber while maintaining the projection I made for Ryder. Oh, that's not what I thought was going to happen. Let's see what happens though. I lose my calm. My thoughts go white-hot and exceed the speed of light. The objective and subjective are stripped away. Unknown knowledge dominates me. I endlessly the fucking static. I endlessly reduce, endlessly expand, endlessly grow. Fantasy becomes chaos with laws. That which comes from nothingness no longer comes from nothingness, and many similarities arise through its expansion.
I am the bone of my sword.
I instantly project a sword and ready it. I don't need to aim. I've already imagined it striking home, so this arrow will undoubtedly hit Saber. That's something is broken. I read the results with my destroyed left eye. Rider has retreated from Saber. Saber repels my loose spiraled sword and plants her feet instead of pursuing Rider. Only 2 seconds have passed, but it's more than enough time for Rider. 50 meters separate them. Seeing the distance between them, Saber instantly divines Rider's intent. She only has one way to counter it. She'll answer Rider's ultimate attack with her own. Alright, looks like we didn't fuck that up. There's a torrent of dark light. The wind coils and Saber's sword grows red hot. The comet will likely attack in a second. She deploys her strongest noble phantasm and cleaves through Rider's pure white hot light.
Saber!
Rider shifts her posture. The summoning circle is complete. A giant red eyeball appears in front of her. Saber shifts her belly sideways. Starlight coalesces and rotates, achieving criticality. The black sun wraps the flare in both hands. Rider chants its true name. She is instantly enveloped in white. Saber unveils its true name. Her sword blazes into black fire. Two rays of light flood the chamber, struggling for dominance. Time stops for an instant. Shido Amiya accelerates his inner world, disguising a moment of it as eternity. Search, select, analyze, project. That is my rule. This is my second projection. Magecraft which erodes my body. I can't defeat Saber without it. Rider can't overcome Saber's noble phantasm, now without Bellerophon. What is that? We haven't gotten the info data on this, I can't read it. We both know that, so I'll help her win. If Rider's noble phantasm lacks destructive power, I'll just need to make up for it.
I am the bone of my sword.
I've decided what I'll use. I complete the projection in an instant. I'll make Rider win using the greatest defense Archer knows. You have a limited amount of projections. This is true. I don't know if we need any more though. I intone his true name and turn it into reality. I thrust out my left arm and it shakes. The nervous muscles and blood vessels in it are going haywire. It feels like it could snap at any second, and I desperately stabilize it with my right hand. Endure it. I can't stop the projection yet. Two pillars of light are still pushing against each other. If I lose Isis' protection here, Rider will be vaporized. My flailing left arm and left shoulder fires bullets into my body. Uncontrollable magical energy rips around inside my body, like someone is going wild and with a rubber eraser. Scraping Shido Amiya's insides blank. I howl. I scream to drive off the pain and terror of losing myself. Raw magical power clashes. It completely upsets the rivalry between the two powers. Four petals scatter the black light, flooding the cavern in blinding radiance. The servants are sent flying apart. Rider slams into the wall unprotected with the same speed as her charge. Saber is blown away by Bellerophon's light and falls to the ground on her back. They're both still alive. Rider's down, unable to stand. She might be out of magical energy. Meanwhile, Saber is on the verge of defeat, but she still has the strength to spare. We just barely edged Saber out in the Battle of Noble Phantasms. 90% of Bellerophon's light was cancelled out by Saber's sacred sword. I run. I run without even knowing what I'm supposed to do. As I run, I unsheath the Azoth blade. I rush to her. I rush to Saber and I lean over her helpless body. Did she hit her head? Saber gazes up at me absently. I wonder what I look like in her eyes. I straddle her, raise the dagger, and look down at Saber. Saber's regeneration is nothing to trifle with. She'll recover as soon as I finish her off. Unless I finish her off. Unless I kill Saber, who's wounded and can't even stand or fight back, she'll kill us. Don't give me a choice here, I don't want it. My faded mind feels terribly clear. Is she conscious again? Saber's cold eyes stare up at her death. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Fine, help this bitch. I can't break it down. My hands holding the dagger keep trembling and I can't stab Saber in the chest. She just keeps staring at me. She's gazing at me without any particular emotion, like watching firelight on the opposite shore. It was only a few days. Less than 8 days have passed since the night I lost her. No, I guess it's already been that long. It's been that long since I had lost her vivid golden hair and gentle green eyes. The beauty of her whirling swordsmanship in silver armor is still fresh in my mind. She accepted an ignorant boy as her master and served as my sword until the end. No matter how many times she was hurt or faced death, her conviction never dulled for a moment. I won't forget her. I can't possibly forget the miracle of that night. Her golden hair drenched in the moonlight. That was an eternal sight that will never be lost, no matter how much she changes. Then I understand. I can't kill Saber. Even though she's a shadow of her former self covered in sinister magical energy, she's still the Saber who protected me. How could I possibly kill her? I drop the dagger. It plunges not into her chest, but to the dry earth. The Black Swordsman says nothing. Her gradually healing body is already fully restored. Her master's magical energy must be enormous. She's recovered all the power she spent on top of her injuries. Fuck my life. As I said, you have a limited amount of projections. I understand her hatred. It's only natural she'd be disappointed. I didn't want to. The cave rumbles. What's happening on the other side of the darkness? A vibration that feels like death throes comes from the depths where Tosaka went. They remind me of someone wailing. Is whoever is making these vibrations desperately calling for help? Saber sinks into the ground. It must be related. Now her shadow devours her body. The shadow fades away. It swallowed Saber whole and seeped away into the ground. Well, we used 2 when we only had 1 left, so, suddenly wake up. I was sleeping on my knees in place and I don't recognize. No, something's wrong. Something's wrong, but I can't remember what no matter how hard I try. I stand up. I shake my head to clear it. I seem to recall giving up something important to eliminate something else that was important to me. I pick up the Azoth blade sticking out of the ground. It's strange. I'm just holding it, so why is it on the ground now? I tightly fasten the bindings on my left arm. I use up most of my magical energy. There's some left in Archer's arm and some left in me. I think I can manage with that combined power, but I'm limited to one last projection. I won't be able to control Archer's arm anymore, no matter what I do afterwards. What about the magic in the fucking pendant? I'm forgetting something. I'm getting something, but I need to hurry on. My body feels hard. I feel like I'm turning into a Tin Man. So, K24, are you telling me that doing the projection was the wrong choice? Someone is calling me from afar. Their voice is unfamiliar. It feels important to me. I'll walk on my tin body. After some time, I exit the cave. The vibrations have already stopped. An unpleasantly lukewarm, nauseating wind blows. My left arm hurts. With each step, something carves away my brain's ability to think like a collapsing building. I leave the black darkness and emerge into the white darkness. My body is hot. My body feels like a crucible thrust into the blast furnace. I'm dizzy. The headache doubles. My breath is hot. The air is even hotter. The heat is fierce enough to scorch my skin, and the air feels rotten and traps my throat. What's wrong? It's more like being a creature's intestines in a furnace. This is the final stage. The final destination where Sakura is trapped, where Zoken learns where Tosaka was headed. But it's too quiet. There are no signs of fighting. The white smoke prevents me from seeing Zoken's laughter, Tosaka's trail, Sakura's gloomy face. I'll walk forward before I can think about what might have happened. I don't have time or energy for it. My body only has a limited number of cycles left. I have 1 projection remaining. I can't allow any excess considerations to degrade my final weapon. I go up the cliff. I single-mindedly climb the rocks, trying not to think of anything else. There's a pillar of light resembling a black sun. There is a dark, transformed Sakura.
Sakura?
Sakura looks at me in wonder, in truly genuine amazement. The Truant has this real cool fight in it, so I think you should try to get it. I will abandon everything right now to get the Truant if you tell me what the fuck I did wrong. Her red eyes lack any emotion. The coldness is like a knife in the chest, and I can't even form words. You didn't trust Ryder? Alright. Flowchart. I forgot how to play games for a second. Stop it! Ah! Wait for my chance.
ライダー
Okay. So. If this happens to be the actual final episode and I don't end up going back, I would prefer the true ending. I have to trust her and wait. How would rushing into attack Saber help now? What could I possibly do with projection that I've been keeping it at? What could I possibly do with the projection I've been keeping at the ready? We've already decided that our battle plan. See, the issue that I have with this in terms of like a game standpoint is that they didn't tell me the plan. Now, writing wise, you're not supposed to tell the player the plan. But how the fuck was I able to come to this conclusion that I needed to trust writer if you didn't tell me the plan? Basically, Shido needs to use the minimum amount of projections. Got it. Writer accepted it and recognized me as her temporary master, so I need to. Saber slices through the empty air. Writer already retreated out of her range, as far as possible. She withdraws to the very edge of the cave. Saber doesn't give chase. Her legs are bound in Writer's chains. That's why Writer was kneeling. She persistently attacked Saber's upper body, but used her last move to chain her legs and drive the daggers into the ground, restricting her mobility. Magical energy surges through Saber's whole body. Wreathed in lightning, she easily destroys the chains. But it's too late. It was only a 2-second delay, but it was more than enough time for Ryder to wind up. 50 meters separate them. Seeing the distance between them, Saber instantly divines Ryder's intent. This is basically the same.
Trace on.
So I'll help her win. If Ryder's noble phantasm lacks destructive power, I just need to make up for it.
My sword.
Wait, this is just where we use the thing, yeah? I complete the projection in an instant. I'll make Ryder win using Archer's greatest defense. Yep. Yeah, alright, this is the same. I think the rest of this is new. My flailing left arm and left shoulder fire bullets into my body. Uncontrollable magical energy rips around my inside my body, like someone going wild with a rubber eraser. Scrubbing a sheet over me is inside's blank. I howl. I scream to drive up the pain of terror of losing myself. I don't want to kill Saber. Raw magical power clashes. It completely upsets the rivalry between two powers. I said don't give me this choice, man. I don't want to fucking kill Saber. Four petals scattered the black light, flooding the cavern into blinding radiance. This is Sakura's route, so I don't want to kill my friend. The servants are set flying apart. Carter slumps into the wall unprotected with the same speed as her charge. Saber is blown away by Bellerophon's light and falls to the ground on her back. They're both still alive. Ryder's down and able to stand. She might be out of magical energy. Meanwhile, Saber is on the verge of defeat, but she still has strength to spare. We just barely edged Saber out in the Battle of Noble Phantasms. Also, the bad end you get for not doing it is worse in the game? I'm curious now, but I'm not going back again. I run without even knowing what I'm supposed to do. As I run, I unsheath the Azoth blade.
Saber.
I rush to her. I rush to Saber and lean over her helpless body.
Shiro.
She hit her head. Saber gazes up at me absently. I wonder what I look like in her eyes. I straddle her. We get it. We gotta kill her. No.
Ooh, boy.
Ugh. I'm not reading that out loud, but I get the thing. Bring my arm down. I don't hesitate. I won't hesitate, bitch! I stare into Saber's eyes and answer her gaze with by bringing my heavy arms down. She doesn't resist. I end her life with a precise strike. I had memories with her. Even now I feel the warmth of life from her. Her warmth was always right next to me. I can never forget it. I kill her along with those memories. I catch up my memories and throw them into places I can't reach. They'll never come back. I'll never remember her again. I'll never be forgiven for this. You know what? Actually, when you read it that way, yeah, no, that was the right choice. That was the quote-unquote right choice. I chose this path. I killed others to save Sakura. I killed the girl close to me who protected me to the very end with my own hands. I'm not allowed to regret or repent. This is what it means to choose to be someone's ally. To protect my ego, to protect the one I love, I'm going to keep robbing others of their precious things. Beyond that, I'll never find anything brilliant enough to make up for what was lost.
Saber.
For the rest of my life, I'll keep searching for happiness that can make up for what was lost. I can already see the depths. Depths will keep piling up until. Reading is hard. I can already see the depths will keep piling up until one day I can no longer move. Yet pathetic, absurd, and worthless though it may be, I take responsibility for what I stole. I don't know where to find happiness. Still, I swear to never give up, even though there's no way to end my quest. My dagger stops meeting resistance. The black swordsman suddenly stares up at me as she sinks into the black shadow. Man, it's bullshit. Sakura is not Sakura. Saber is that chill, relax. Saber is not the waifu pick, but fuck, man, I like Saber. Saber's cool. I think watching the anime, one of my favorite things to do is just to watch Saber be fucking normal. Like, her eating the sandwiches on the date was fucking hilarious. A black wave surges. It encircles her with both arms so as to not let tiny spray escape, and the wave comes crashing down. But the golden flash of light does not permit its existence. 6 down already. A black body curses keeps seeding towards Rin, but she cuts down each one of them again with a single stroke. Sakura, the Shadow's master, is shocked. Her astonishment is reasonable. Each of the black giants can rival a surface double phantasm. Even a single one should be inescapable of Avatar of Death to Rin. And she destroyed 6. On top of that, she advances steadily up the slope and as she disintegrates each one. She erases the 7th shadow with the flick of the blade. The really cool bat end I told you about has some great Saber moments in it. Well, if people want to see that, y'all know. Okay. The jeweled blade releases light. The previously colorless blade now dazzles with colors of a rainbow, supplying her with extraordinary magic energy from its core. That looks really sick, and illuminates the cavern in blinding gold. Rin sweeps away the Shadow's offensive and arrives at the top of the cliff. Sakura is in front of her. The dark girl stares at her sister aghast. Countless shadows arise in concert with her whispers. The quantity is incomparable to before. If Sakura is panicking, has the thing behind her senses that she's in danger. The amount of magical energy brought to bear her against a single human, Rin Tosaka, exceeds 100 million units as if it were quantified.
また大盤振る舞いね。教会の人間がいたらそっとするわよ。それだけの貯蔵量があれば、向こう100年は一部門を永続できるってね。
それを切り伏せる姉さんは何ですか？私が引き出せる魔力は姉さんの何千倍です。姉さんには一人だって私を消す魔力なんてないのに、どうして？
どうしても何も純粋な力勝負をしてるだけよ。私は呪いの解除なんてできない。単に影を作り上げているあなたの魔力を私の魔力で打ち消しているだけ。そんなの見ては。
それが嘘だって言ってるんです。姉さんにはそれだけの魔力はない。いいえ、さっきから何度も放っている光はまるで。
The strongest servant. She stops herself from saying that it's almost exactly like Saber's Excalibur.
その件ですか。考えられないけど、それはセーバーの宝具の力を真似ている。姉さんに残った微弱な魔力でも起動する影を殺すだけの限定武装。
は？ちょっとそんなこともわからないの？あなた今まで何を習ってきたのよ、さくら。
バカにしないで。だってそうでなくっちゃ説明が。
説明も何もない。これはセイバーの宝剣のコピーでもないし、影殺しの魔剣でもない。これはね、さくら、遠坂に伝わる宝石剣でゼルレッジっていうの。ゼルレッジ？あ、切れた。ゼルレッジの名前も知らないのね。なんか説明するのもバカらしくなってきたけど、まあ要するにあなたの天敵よ。今のあなたは魂を永久期間にして魔力を生み出す第三魔法の出来損ない。そして私は無限に連なる平行世界を旅するじいさんの模造品、第二魔法のコピーキャットってこと。
The jeweled sword flashes. It releases light along its arc, erasing the shadows protecting Sakura. Not only that, the mini Excalibur scores the walls with its light and heat, sending tremors through the cavern. It really is just a brutish clash of magical energy. I imagine if we don't kill Saber there, Sakura summons Saber here and then kills Ren. What magecraft? No. What magic is she using? Right now, Ren is clearly has a stockpile that can compete with Sakura's magical energy.
近づくまでもないわね。こっちはこう見えても飛び道具だし、あんたは影に守られて出てこないし、どっちかの力が尽きるまで打ち合いをするのも悪くないわ。まあ、あんまり続けたら私たちより先にこの洞窟が崩れそうだけど。
Their fates are worse than death? Oh boy.
そんな打ち合いなんて、それも嘘です。姉さんにはもうこれっぽっちも魔力なんて残っていない。その剣が何であれ、もう次の攻撃なんてできないはず。
そうならやってみましょう。いいからかかってきなさい、さくら。あなたが何をしてきても私には届かない。
If we do get another episode, I think the first thing we're gonna do is get that bad end. Because I want to know what happens. I'm very curious.
荒領事だけど、まあ授業料って思って諦めるのね。ちょっと強くなったからってわがまま放題したこと後悔させてあげるから。
まだです。ベフィールドマインハウテンシュリーストアリスエーステスバイテラントフレアシュビンデン。
Sakura can't comprehend what's unfolding before her. The 1v1 with Saber or the Sakura one? Either! I need... Listen, I know I said the thing about the bad ends in the first half, but like actively seeking out bad ends is a different story. That's a different thing. She just keeps sending out her shadows in fear. The Sword of Light mercilessly blasts them all away. She's afraid and confused. So she also, the thing with in the first round where you get the bad ends because you don't choose the right option is annoying because you keep going through the same dialogue over and over and over again and you can't skip it. But she doesn't notice this one on Ren's face. Each time she swings the blade, her arm muscles are severed. It's the price of paying for using the jeweled sword.
ストックに関しちゃ負けないんだけど、私の体がどこまで持つか。
Light erases the attack in shadows, but their powers are not evenly matched. The difference in Rin Tosaka and Sakura Mato's combat strength has not changed. Sakura's magical energy's capacity is in the billions or even trillions. It could not be exhausted in a whole generation, so it can't be called bottomless.
私は誰よりも強くなった。もう誰にも叱られなくなった。なのにどうしていきなりそんな都合よく私に追いつくんですか？
それが間違いだっていうのよ。いくらデタラメな貯蔵があったってそれを使うのは術者でしょ。わかる？どんなに水があったって外に出す量は蛇口の大きさに左右される。麻藤さくらっていう魔術回路の瞬間放出量は1000弱なら、どんなに貯蔵があっても一度に放出できる魔力は私とさして変わらない。だから私が用意するのはあんたと同じ貯蔵量じゃなく、毎回1000程度の魔力でいい。そんなバカみたいに肥大した魔力なんて持っていても宝の持ち腐れよ。
She swings a ray of light. 1,000 shadows indeed be opposed by 1,000 rays of light. But Rin's magical energy numbers less than 100. It's a contradiction. Obviously, she can compete on this impossible level thanks to the power of her sword. I fucking love Rin. With each attack, she throws out 1,000 units of energy and the Sword of Light replenishes it. It doesn't amplify her power. All she's doing is pulling in the mana that fills the cave and feeding it into the jeweled sword. Odd is the magical energy of an individual mage possesses, while mana is the natural magical energy in the atmosphere. It goes without saying which is greater. Rin, whose odd is inferior to Sakura's at the moment, can only rely on atmospheric mana. And yes, the mana in the cave does reach 1,000 units. She can use mana to destroy the Shadow's giants at once, but she wouldn't be able to keep it up. Atmospheric mana is limited. Once mana is exhausted, it takes a very long time to recover, just like a human's odd. In this world, in this cave, Rin can resist Sakura's attack only once. But what if there were another cave that she could fight back for one at a time? Then she could fight back one more time. And what if you could make all of those what ifs a reality? Parallel worlds. What if you could open a way to a mirror image of this exact place and pull mana from another cavern that hasn't been exhausted? That thing's gonna break sooner or later, right?
そう。よそから魔力を引っ張ってるのはあんただけじゃない。けど勘違いしないでよね。私のはそんな無駄に増えたものじゃない。私はあくまで並行して存在するここから魔力を拝借してるだけ。合わせ鏡に映った無限の平行世界から毎回一戦ずつ魔力を集めて力任せに切り払ってるのよ。
The girl holding the enormous magical stockpile known as the Greater Grail gasps. そんなバカな。
わかったさくら。そっちが無尽蔵ならこっちは無制限ってこと。
No, I'm infinite. The jeweled sword Zeleric. It's a miracle that connects the parallel worlds which are believed to be infinite. That's the only power the sword has. It is a mystic code that creates the slightest opening, too narrow for a man to pass through, to peer into the neighboring world with different possibilities. It does not have the power to amplify magical power nor create 1,000 units of energy with a single swing. But it's enough. Once the mana in this world cave is exhausted, she can pull unused energy from a neighboring world's cavern. Once that's used up, she moves to the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. There are endless parallel worlds, infinite mirrored possibilities. Ergo, infinite. It doesn't matter that Rin Kitosaka's maximum energy capacity is 1,000. A bottomless stockpile versus an infinite supply. Since their magic circuits perform on an equal level, they stand on equal ground. The underground tremors occur for the umpteenth time. Rin's jeweled sword isn't just destroying the shadows. The excess firepower is slowly collapsing the cave. If it comes down this altar, the Greater Grail won't be unsaved. Continuing this vain battle would mean failure for Sakura. Even if Rin were to attack until her physical strength failed her, the cave would collapse after. The shadows stop. Has she finally understood her enemy? With heaving shoulders and ragged breath, Sakura glares at her sister who stands there calmly.
何度やっても同じよ、桜。あなたが手に入れた力なんてその程度。舞い上がってた頭もこれで少しは冷えたでしょ。
K24, do we have more than an hour of the game left?
ふざけないで。そんなの不公平です、姉さん。姉さんばっかり。どうして？
The attack and defense continues. Sakura screams, knowing it's pointless, the comprehension wringing her neck. Such a long time. She screams with resentment towards the only blood relative that has built up over a long time.
そうです。 私は姉さんが羨ましかった。遠坂の家に残っていつも輝いていて、苦労なんて一つも知らずに育った遠坂凛が憎らしかった。だから勝ちたかった。一度くらい、一度でいいから姉さんにすごいって褒めてほしかったのに。なのにどうしてそんなことも許してくれないんですか？
The older sister destroys the encroaching shadows. She grits her teeth, getting a glimpse of the younger sister's heart.
どうしてですか？私は違ったのに。同じ姉妹で同じ家に生まれたのに、私には何もなかった。あんな暗い虫蔵に押し込まれて、毎日毎日おもちゃみたいに扱われてた。人間らしい暮らしも優しい言葉もかけられたことはなかった。
Her hatred. It isn't directed towards herself.
死にかけたことなんて毎日だった。死にたくなって鏡を見るのなんて毎日だった。でも死ぬのは怖くて、一人で消えるなんて嫌だった。だって私にはお姉さんがいるって聞かされてた。私は遠坂の子だからお姉さんが助けに来てくれるんだってずっと信じていたのに。なのに姉さんは来てくれなかった。私のことなんて知らずにいつも綺麗なまま笑ってた。惨めな私のことなんて気にせず遠坂の家で幸せに暮らしていた。
Hello, Basha.
どうしてですか？同じ姉妹なのに、同じ人間なのに、どうして姉さんだけそんなに笑っていられるんです？
Her hatred isn't directed at her sister. It's a play with nowhere to go, directed at the world and herself. We were mostly likely going to be watching your VOD to actually understand what the heck just happened. A lot of shit happened, including me fucking up.
人間をやめたですって当然です。私はもうずっと前から人間扱いされてこなかった。目も髪も姉さんとは変わっていって、細胞の隅々までマキリの魔術師になるよう変えられた。11年です姉さん。マキリの教えは鍛錬なんてものじゃなかった。あの人たちは私の頭の良さなんて期待してなかった。体に直接刻んでただ魔術を使うだけの道具に仕立て上げた。苦痛を与えれば与えるほどいい道具になるって笑うんです。そのうち食事にも毒を盛られて
What the fuck?
ご飯を食べることは怖くて痛いことでしかなくなった。虫小屋に放り込まれればただ息を吸うことさえおじい様の許しが必要だった。
She's crying. Ren cuts away the shadows clinging to the crying girl.
どうかしてますよね。でも痛くてやめてくださいって懇願すればするほどあの人たちは私に手を加えていった。だから姉さんみたいに頭も良くない。何でもできるわけじゃない。私にできることはこうやって自分の痛みをぶつけることだけです。
A wounded soul. A body beyond saving. And that's...
けどそれって私のせいですか？私をこういう風にしたのはおじい様で、マトウに売り渡したお父さんで、助けに来てくれなかった姉さんじゃない。私だって好きでこんな化け物になったんじゃない。みんなが私を追い詰めるからこうなるしかなかったのに。
And that's...
だからどうしたっていうのそれ。
And that's supposed to be sad. She doesn't have 1 ounce of pity for her sister. Alright, I'm gonna predict what Tosaka's gonna say here. Doesn't matter what you've been through. Everybody has shit they have to deal with. You chose the way that you are.
そういうこともあるでしょう。泣き言を言ったところで何が変わるわけでもないし。化け物になったのなら、それはそれでいいんじゃない？だって、今は痛くないんでしょ、あんた。
Ruthless, cold acceptance. The girl's screams were excessive, but they only sought warmth. Herman rejected it all. She affirmed the monster. It's only happened because you're weak. Her perpetual perfect sister doesn't sugarcoat the words at all.
姉さんがそんなだから。
Shadows boil up. Driven back by her sister and denied even the proper fight, the girl materializes more curses in her in despair. How's your day and night going? I'm hungry. I need to finish the game so I can eat. How you guys doing?
じゃあ私からも一つだけ言っておくわ。私、苦しいと思ったことは一度もなかった。大抵のことはさらっと受け流せてたし、どんなことだってうまくこなせた。だからあんたみたいに追い込まれる。
Yeah, this will be the last one if people don't hit the like button.
人間の悩みなんて興味なかった。
I know people are probably tired of me saying it, but I'll say it just because you're in chat. So there are definitely other things in the game that I haven't done. There are other endings that I haven't gotten, but as far as the main routes, we've done and everything after this ending. So unless people show the support on YouTube by hitting the like button and sharing and whatever it is YouTube wants you to do, this will be the last one.
そういう性格なのよ、私。あんまり他人の痛みがわからないの。だから正直に言えば、さくらがどんな辛い思いをして、どんなにひどい日々を送ってきたかはわからない。悪いけど、理解しようとも思わないわ。
A concise rebuttal. She doesn't lie. She only tells her aggrieved sister the truth.
けどさくら、そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて一度も思えたことはなかったけど。
She says it straight. She puts all of her feelings into her reply. Sakura can't understand. What did that just say? Even I never lived a blessed life. Hatred makes her see red. After all this time, those all too convenient words only sound like mockery. Urasai. I mean, she wasn't. She lost her dad at a young age and lived her entire life for the single purpose of participating in this war. And then you fucked it up, actually, so no. She's going to twist apart. She's going to break. You never even looked at me. You were so brilliant, blessed with talent and fortune. Shut up. You don't care about me at all. I never had a single thing I wanted, but you just keep insisting on how clean you are. Shut up, Ne-san. You want her pity, and she's not going to give it to you. I don't need you anymore. So it's like the evil version of Sakura? It's more accurate to say the corrupted version of Sakura, but yes. The girl shouts to deny her own darkness. That was Ren's last act of resistance. She's been determined to hold out as long as possible. She waited for Shiro and Mia until the last possible moment, but she can't go on any longer. No, It was always a mistake to entrust this personal problem to Shido. That was Rin Tosaka's weakness for Sakura Mato.
Sakura?
She calls her sister's name in a casual manner like saying good morning. And in that moment, Rin Tosaka decides the outcome of battle.
Sakura?
She calls her sister's name and throws it. Her greatest weapon. She tosses the magician's irreplaceable relic like she's playing catch.
Feito ende.
The cavern is flooded with light. It explodes. The jeweled sword embodying miracles that humans cannot achieve crumbles, erasing all shadow. And then she runs. Rin makes a beeline for Sakura. Sakura freezes, cowering from the light. She may have acquired great power, but she's still an amateur with zero combat experience. If Rin wanted to, it would be a simple matter to defeat her. She easily closes the gap. While running, she grips another knife she was hiding behind her back. Sakura can't react. She might have realized that she's about to die, but it's far too late. Rin's got her. It's over, she thinks, and she thrusts the knife.
ダメだこれ.
And she realizes her own defeat. I guess I like Rin because I'm the most like Rin, because that's exactly what I did 2 seconds ago. I'm dead. She realizes that that it's too late to dodge, and the knife is going to stab her in the heart. She'll try to counterattack, but it won't stop in time. She doesn't feel fear. She's used to people hurting her. Feels terribly natural that Rin Tosaka is the one to do it. Sakura closes her eyes. She doesn't like pain. She's afraid of dying. But she's relieved to know that if she disappears here, at least she won't suffer as much. But it doesn't hurt. And the end doesn't come. Instead, she feels something very warm. The moment Sakura notices where this is coming from, her blinded vision returns. Someone's bleeding. Warm human blood is trickling from her stomach. Blood which can never be returned is flowing from her sister, who's hugging her tightly and seems like she's about to collapse. Why, the girl asks. Not gonna lie, such a distraction move, it always works somehow. Throwing a thing as a distraction will always work. It's just how brains work. That's why feints work. It's a feint. It was clearly faster. Sakura was clearly about to be killed, but by the time the knife but at the very end, the knife never stabbed her. She murmurs absently. The girl always yearned for this. It's the voice of the sarcastic and merciless, but warm and kind of Rin Tosaka. Rin thinks there really wasn't much to it. In the last moment, she really felt that this was the best thing to do. You see something coming at your head, you just flinch. When she saw Sakura up close, she felt like, can't kill Sakura, huh? Sorry, I'm writing possible titles for this VOD. She's amazed at herself. She really does have a knack for screwing up at the worst possible times. To realize such a thing at the last possible moment. Realize it sooner, you idiot. But, well, it is what it is. Rin decided to accept it.
でもしょうがないわよね。私、だらしのないやつを見てるとほっとけないしさ。きちんとした仕組みが大好きだから、頑張ってるやつには頑張った分だけ報酬がないと我慢ならないし。
But most of all,
桜のことが好きだし、いつも見ていたし。 つも笑っていてほしかったし私が辛ければ辛いほどあんたは楽できてるんだって信じたかった。それだけで苦しいなんて思う暇すらなかったんだから。
She hugs Sakura lovingly. It's the embrace of a lifetime between sisters. She gently hugs the sister who just ran out through her stomach as if discovering a long-sought treasure. Warmth leaves her body. She doesn't complain. Rain doesn't regret her death, only that she couldn't save her little sister.
ごめんね、こういう勝手な姉貴で。それとありがとう。そのリボンずっとつけていてくれて嬉しかった。
I've been staring at the ribbon the whole entire fucking game, like, why does she have the ribbon in her hair? Now I know why. I don't know why I didn't put it together. I feel like I could have. Then she collapses on the altar like falling red flower. Her weight is gone. In that moment, her sister disappears along with her mirage-like warmth.
けどね、さくら。そんな無神経な人間でもね、私は自分が恵まれているなんて一度も。
How much loneliness was behind those words? The girl's suffering was her own, but no one else could understand it or release her from it. That hypocrisy wasn't possible. In the same sense, what if the sister she'd always looked up to and believed in was going through loneliness that nobody else could understand? What if that were true? She was her ideal, who had everything she ever wanted and always full of confidence. What if her sister was always chained by something too? Then it would mean that the world wasn't weak and bad. She was the only cowardly one for not looking up. And there were people who awkwardly tried to love her. Where did I go wrong? Everywhere. I wanted it so badly, but it was right in front of me all along. She hugged me so softly, that's so much about me, and I smashed it all to pieces with my own hands. Her hands are frozen. She couldn't even return the hug. Stained with the blood of her sister who loved her, she furiously curses herself. Ears. I hear a sound. Slight tremors shake the cave. I can only barely hear the light and sound from afar, but the cave is creaking and shaking. Is that thunder in the distance? I wonder about it absently, but I can't remember a time I've ever heard a distant thunder. It's one hell of a jug. Jug? Drug. The dagger in my hands begins to crumple as soon as Saber disappeared back into the shadows. It's probably at the cost of killing a powerful familiar-like servant. Familiar like a servant. The Azov blade that Tosaka put her life savings into has crumbled to dust. I tightly fastened the bindings on my left arm. I've used up most of my magical energy. There's some left in Archer's arm and some left in me. I think I can manage that with the combined power, but I'm limited to one last projection. I won't be able to control Archer's arm anymore, no matter what I do afterwards. Alright, I wonder what happened to her. Okay, so that's definitely interesting in the other timeline, or the ending that I was getting. Shida doesn't even remember Ryder if we try to take out Saber. I stand up. My body feels hard. It feels like my joints have turned to steel. I bet bullets would bounce off me now. I can't walk very well. I walk. bleeding. I pretend to not see it. The pain feels like someone drove iron stakes into my legs, but luckily I can grit my teeth and walk through it. Something is making a sound far away. It sounds like something I heard a long time ago when I was a kid. The fact that I can't remember things I heard of that long ago must mean I'm still a kid at heart. I can. Whatever. I had a lot of interest when I was a kid. I'll walk up to the walls that got smashed into. She got smashed into. Why can't I read? Ryder's still alive. She's beat up all over, and most of her magical energy is spent. She probably can't move right away. She should probably take a break. I mutter at the fallen Ryder and turn to go deeper into the cave.
思ったより人使いが荒いのですね。あなたは。
Looks like she's conscious. Ryder can't stand up right away, but she looks up like something's very bright.
悪いな。今は頼りきりになる。少しでも回復したら駆けつけてくれ。
ええ。すぐに行きますから。後のことは心配なく。
Ryder won't push herself too hard. She knows that she should take time to properly recover her instead of forcing herself to get up. She's reckless like me, so it's reassuring. The tremors are happening more often. I can't waste time here. I go after Tosaka, though I can't move my body very well. I'm getting breathless. I use the wall to support myself, and as I move forward, my pace isn't that bad. My body just feels stiff, but it shouldn't get in the way once I get used to it. Something comes out of my mouth. I pretend to not notice it and wipe my lips. My thigh muscles go snap and feel numb. I nearly trip over. I'm pretty sure I heard a snap. My clothes are torn from the inside and I can see gaping wounds. I do my best to not look at them and keep walking. I'm close. A lukewarm wind brushes against my body. I clap my cheeks and start running. How are you clapping your cheeks? Your body is made of swords. I leave the darkness. A wasteland that I've seen before spreads out before my filling vision. That's not what that said. No, not quite. I haven't seen this sight before. That didn't exist in the wasteland I saw in Alia's record. The root caused by this absurd war. The thing that took Sakura from me. I'm assailed by a sense of menace and revulsion. Its excessively vital breathing declares that it's on the cusp of its birth. Flashes of light and tremors. The light lashes from the top of the cliff, haphazardly blasting the cavern. I don't know what's happening up there, but given how flashy it is, I can only be Tosaka. Which means... I look around. The eyeless twisted fetus is looking for me. No doubt about it. I must not like Tosaka's rampage very much, because it really wants to come out. But its body isn't ready yet. Its placenta is inside the dark pillar. It can't come out unless the body is fully formed. That's why it's worried that Tosaka will destroy its placenta and is rushing to finish its body. It wants to be born in this world as a servant with a flesh and blood body. I run. I see a desperate clash of light in the darkness. Once I get close enough to make out Sakura and Tosaka fighting, time stops in the cavern. An enormous source of light blinds me enough to feel that way, and I hear a childlike wail and the world begins to shake violently. The light didn't destroy the chamber walls. This destruction is on a more fundamental level. It's the frenzied squirming of the giant shadow attempting to come out. A horrible chill runs down my spine. I have an ominous feeling. Sakura's wailing voice prophesizes the worst thing I could see. I run. Breathing wildly, I scramble up the cliff using afflicted limbs. Tremors won't stop. Somewhere in the wasteland, I hear a large boulder fall. I don't care what's going on behind me. Covered in dirt, I single-mindedly climb the cliff. And a scene that I was too late to stop is burned into my eyes. The ground is shaking. Tosaka sprawled face down, and I can't see her face. She resembles a large flower fallen from its stem. I look up. Beyond Tosaka, I see Sakura berating herself and backing away from her bloodstained sister.
Sakura.
私殺しちゃった。あんなに大切にしてくれてたのに。私姉さんを殺しちゃった。
Sakura isn't talking to me. She's in denial. She did this. In a near craze, she hates herself with all her heart. Her for soaking into Tosaka's blood, herself for being corrupted, herself for connecting to the shadow.
私バカでした。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。こんなの辛いだけだった。ダメだって。負けるなって姉さんはずっと言ってくれてたのに。私バカだからわからなくて。先輩が信じてくれたのに裏切ってばっかりで。
The shadow binds Sakura. The black command spells covering her whole body chain her in place.
やだ。もうやめなくちゃ。でも戻れなくて。ダメ。やだ。もうこんなのはやだ。
She refuses. Sakura's rejecting the shadow. She's trying to reject the shadow and kill herself in her self-hatred. But she can't. The shadow needs her body. She's trying to kill herself, but the shadow won't allow it. Sakura's self-condemnation and the shadow's attempt to stop her from killing herself are tearing her apart. Osaka won. Sakura's breaking free of her possession. I knew it. She chose Sakura's life at the very end. Sakura is Sakura. Even if the shadow swallows her, she hasn't changed at her core. I'm the one who did this to her. Back then, if I hadn't been afraid of the shadow touch Sakura and slapped some sense into her, this would have never happened. I ran to Tosaka. She's still breathing, just barely. It's still too early to give up.
Sakura, Tosaka は死んでいない。そうだ、死んでいない。まだ助かる。いや、どうあっても助けるんだ。俺とお前で助けなくちゃいけないんだ。そうだろ、さくら。
I returns to Sakura's eyes. The shadows hold weakens. Finally, she recognizes me and Tosaka, sighs in relief and... desperately holds herself back. I shield Tosaka with my body and take the shadow's attack on my back.
違う先輩。私
The shadows spill out one after another behind Sakura. You gotta be kidding me. It's not even born yet, but its sense of danger is first class.
往生際が悪いガキの仕業だ。桜を取られたくないってダダをこね始めやがった。待ってろ。すぐにぶん殴って桜から引き剥がしてやる。
I walk towards Sakura. A shadow grazes my cheek. It would have taken my head off, but Sakura's shouts has seemed to have changed its trajectory. Sakura hugs herself like she's trying to hold something in. But the shadows don't disappear. They keep increasing in number. She's crying. Sakura is sobbing. Not because the shadows are eating her at her and causing pain. She's crying in frustration that she can't keep the shadows under control.
私抑えきれない。Aさんが教えてくれたのに負けちゃうんです。強くなってなかった。私は弱虫で臆病でひどい人間だった。
I take another step forward. A shadowy spear grazes my cheek again.
やめて。なんで来るんですか、先輩。それ以上来たら先輩を殺しちゃう。
I take another step. I place my right hand on my left shoulder.
どうして逃げてください、先輩。姉さんを連れて逃げて。私のことなんて忘れていいです。ちゃんとここで死にますから。一人でもちゃんと死にますから。私はこんな自分これ以上先輩に見られたくない。
The shadows bind her more strongly with each step I take. My advance is spreading Sakura's body and heart.
どうして言うこと聞いてくれないんですか。先輩がそれ以上近寄るなら私だって我慢しません。先輩に殺される前に私が先輩を殺しちゃうんだから。
どうしても何もない。桜をここから連れ出して遠坂を助ける。さっきそう言っただろう、桜。
まだそんなことを言ってるんですか。先輩はやめてください。私は助かりません。いいえ、助かっちゃいけないんです。私は生きてちゃいけない人間だった。
One step. A shadow hits me squarely in the stomach. It isn't a stab, it's just a dull punch. Sakura did it out of her own will to push me away.
ほら、見たでしょ、先輩。私はこういう人間なんです。今さら外には戻れないし、この子も私を離してくれない。それにもし戻れたところで私いっぱい人を殺しました。何人も殺して、兄さんも殺して、
Two of those people
お
deserved
じい
it.
様も殺して、姉さんも殺してしまった。そんな人間にどうしろって言うんです。
奪ってしまったものは返せない。私は多くの人を殺しました。それでも生きていけって言うんですか、先輩は。
I see now. He's on a path of no return. Sakura feels like she's trapped by her sins and that she can't atone for. She thinks that there's no salvation. No matter what, she'll never forget the sin of taking so many lives, even if it wasn't of her own free will. Even if she's freed from the shadow and goes back to normal, a different kind of shadow will always hang over her. And yet,
当然だろう。奪ったからには責任を果たせ、さくら。
I release the bindings on my left arm. This is the last time. I completely unravel the red shroud that's been holding back Death's door. I lose consciousness. Before I'm gone, I need to go forward. I need to say what I came to say to Sakura while my mouth still works.
そうだ。罪の所在も罰の重さも俺にはわからない。
Shadow strike on my shoulder, chest, left leg, and stomach. They get deflected and fall to pierce me, and fail to pierce me through the shower of sparks.
これから桜に問われる全てのことから桜を守るよ。たとえそれが偽善でも好きな相手を守り通すことをずっと理想に生きてきたんだから。
Forward. Sakura's right in front of me now. Begin projection. Trace all. Only one item comes to mind. Shiromiya devoted all of his remaining magical energy into his replication. My final projection. I raise a dagger of contract breaking. I can't see Sakura's face very well.
お仕置きだ。きついの行くから歯を食いしばれ。
I hear her sucking her breath. And then Sakura says yes and exposes her chest. Like this is going to be her final punishment.
帰ろう、さくら。そんな奴とは縁を切れ。
In a breath, I stab her in the heart. Sakura is released. A black command spell is wrapping her body crumble away. I use a dagger. I heard some about her clothes were exploded. I was thinking more that we just aborted that guy. I use a dagger of contract breaking. A noble phantasm that resets all magical effects and breaks servants' contracts. It doesn't endanger Sakura's life, it only breaks the contract she was bound to. The image doesn't continue. Sakura is alive. She goes limp. It must be from the feedback from being released from the shadow. Tosaka will make it. We still need to get rid of the other thing. Her bleeding stopped. She has a proper magic crest. The crest is a crystallization of Tosaka's inherited magecraft. Even if she loses consciousness, it won't allow her to die so easily. Tosaka's been naked the whole time? Yes. Or the shadows tore her clothes off when they exploded, but I choose to believe that she was naked the whole time. She was unhinged. Why would anybody say and wear clothes, especially outside? The cavern is shaking. Anjala Mainu. I can't pronounce the last name. All the evil in the world. Please. This ridiculous curse is writhing. Damn it. The shadow isn't disappearing, even though Sakura isn't its host anymore. It's grown too much. It's going to come out, even if Sakura is gone. As long as the greater girl exists, it'll come crawling out someday. I'll destroy it. I'll break down this giant magic circle along with the shadow. Anuramayu's undulations are gradually collapsing the cavern. I don't think it'll disappear even if the cave comes down. I need to get rid of it once and for all in here. Is that even possible? Yeah, nothing's impossible. I'll get as close as possible to its feet and blow it up with maximum firepower. Anuramayun won't move as long as it's inside those black flames. While I still can, I need to cut it in half and return it to something that doesn't exist before it comes out. If there's a way to do it, it would be to blow it away with the most powerful noble phantasm I know. I'm not breathing. It's about 100 meters to Anuramayun's feet. I'll be okay. It isn't an impossible distance to cover. One more time. I just need to do one more projection and everything will be settled. It's okay. I can do it. I'll clean this all up and take them back.
Shiro, 聞こえていますか?
A stranger taps me on the shoulder. Who is she again? She isn't a stranger. I know her well. She looks kind of scary, but I remember this woman can be trusted.
助かった。遠坂と桜を連れて外に出られるか?
Shiro.
The long-haired woman looks at me for a few seconds as if taking my measure.
それで、あなたは?
あれを閉じてから行く。すぐ終わるだろうけど、遠坂の傷は一刻を争う。桜だって、ここにいたらあいつの影響を受けるだろう。アンリマユとやらは、懲りずに桜をマスターにするかもしれない。
承知しました。桜とリンは私が運びます。安心してください。それだけの体力は回復してきたつもりです。
頼む。なんとか二人を連れて外に出てくれ。洞窟崩れ出してるだろ。くそ。あんたの足ならあんな落盤なんて問題じゃない。
では二人を安全な場所に運び次第。
ああ、それは頼もしいんだけど、二人の手当てを優先してくれ。任せられるのはあんたしかいない。こっちはこっちでとっとと逃げるから遠坂を直してやってくれ。
Oh, he was trying to say writer. I thought he was saying trying to say Rin. He was saying writer, but he couldn't remember. Oh, I think this woman said she doesn't have any healing abilities. Still, I have to trust her and trust that she'll take care of Tosaka.
必ず。ですがシロ、
Be for more. It's true.
桜にはあなたとリンが必要です。それを肝に銘じておきなさい。私も桜を支えるのはあなたでなければ納得できませんから。急ぎます。ご分を。
A black-clad woman easily picks up the two girls and runs down the slope. She evades the crumbling ceiling, dashing for the exit. I can rest easy. I know I can count on her to keep them safe. Next is my final task. My mind disconnects. A mere 100 meters becomes the distance I can never cross. It's only a matter of time until the cave collapses. The ceiling is crumbling all over and the barren field is turning into a mountain of rubble. My joints are stiff. It hurts to bend my arms and legs. I don't breathe when I lose focus, so I brace myself for knives to stab my throat and finally manage to breathe a few times. I try hard to breathe because humans can't move without sufficient oxygen. But right now, maybe I can only move without any oxygen, and even if I breathe in a lot, I won't be long before It's hot. Hundreds of blades are spreading from my body. Execution I can't escape from. My body is made of swords. But I've always known that. Told me. He said that if I use projection, it will light the fuse on the time bomb. So this ending was set long time ago. My legs are heavy. I don't know what I'm doing. My heart feels like it's going to burst from the pain, fatigue, and emptiness. But just a little more. Everything will be over once I erase that thing. Nobody will stop me. Nobody's here to stop me anymore. And yet... The shadows flicker. In front of the crater they call the Great Grail, the Greater Grail, stands lit by dark crimson flames.
ああ、お互いかろうじて生き延びているようだな、エミヤシロ。
His voice contains a strong will. In this lifeless world, he blocks my way like it's his destiny. He wants that fucking rival fight, bruh! Listen, I know Kotomine is a bad guy, but come on, bro, he's so cool! I don't ask him why he's alive. He's a walking corpse. I don't feel any magical energy emanating from his body. There's a dark stain where his heart used to be. He's a short flame like a flipped hourglass, the same as me. I can't hear Kotomine's heartbeat. He doesn't have much time left. It isn't speculation, it's a fact. Kirei Kotomine will die in minutes, no matter what.
何をするなどと分かりきったことを聞くな。私の目的はただ一つ。この呪いを誕生させることのみだ。
何を？お前にそんなことはできない。そいつはお前のものになってならない。
当然だ。私はこれに干渉することはできんし、これに干渉する気もない。だが言ったはずだぞ。私は誕生するものを祝福すると。これは今まさに生まれようとしている。ならば、その誕生を阻む外敵から守ってやるのは当然ではないかな。
正気か、琴峰。そんな今にも死にそうな体で何を言ってやがる。仮にお前の望み通りそれを外に出したところで、お前は。
それはお前も同じだろう。正気などとうにない。目的を果たしたところで我々の末路は同じだ。お前はこれを滅ぼし、私はこれを守る。だがどちらが目的を果たそうと結果を得る者はいない。それを承知でお前はここまで来た。無意味な争いだ。そんなものをする時点で私もお前も正気ではないだろう。
Kotomine won't move out of the way. He's not going to retreat. As long as he's here, I can't use my last projection. I need time to do it. If I give him an opening, he'll pulverize my brain before I can use Saber's sword.
なんでだよ。なんでそこまでそいつを守る。そいつが出てきたところであんたに帰るものなんてないんだろう。なのにどうして。
Why would he approve of an enemy's humanity called all evil in the world, even on death's door?
なぜも何もない。私にとってはこれが唯一の娯楽だからだ。エミやシロ、お前が他人の幸福に至福を感じるように、私は他人の不幸に至福を感じるだけだ。そもそもなぜ殺す？生まれる前から悪と決めつけるのは傲慢ではないか。帰りたがっている命ならば孵化させてやるのが愛ではないのか。
何が愛だ。へりくつ言うな。 あれはもう多くの人間を殺してきた。このまま外に出すことはできない。
ほう。では聞こう。お前の言う善悪とは何だ？人を殺すことが絶対の悪だとお前はそう言うのか？
それ、
I can't possibly answer that. Right now I have no morality. The moment I decided to save Sakura, I lost the justice that Shiro and Miya believed in.
それでいい。元より答えなどない。人間とはそういうものだ。明確な答えなどなく、変動する真実を良しとする。我々には初めから真実となる事柄なぞない。人間は善悪を同時に兼ね備え、その属性を分けるのはあくまで自身の選択による。始まりはゼロであり、生まれ出ることに罪はない。
That's not true. You don't believe that. You're a priest. Everyone was born into sin.
それがたとえ悪であろうと、赤ん坊に罪はないと。
そうだ。人間は生まれ、学習によって善か悪か、そのどちらかに偏るもの。とある聖典にはこうある。人間は天使より優れた存在だと。何故か。それは悪を知りながらも悪に走らぬ者がいるからだと。生まれながら善しか知らぬ天使とは違う。人間とは悪を持ちながら善と生きられる存在ゆえに、善しか知らぬ天使より優れたものだと。しかに吐き気を催すような悪人が戯れに見せる善意がある。多くの人間を救った聖人が気まぐれに犯す悪意がある。この矛盾、両立する善意と悪意こそが人を人たらしめる聖杯だ。生きるということが罪であり、生きているからこその罰がある。聖あってこその善であり、聖あってこその悪だ。故に生まれいでぬ者に罪過は問えぬ。何者にも望まれぬもの、生まれながらに悪であるものなどない。あれは誕生するその瞬間まで罰を受けるいわれはない。
That's the answer the priest named Kotomine. It's why he sincerely intends to forgive all the evil the people wish into existence.
だからって許すのか。こいつは初めから殺すためだけのものだ。外に出ることで多くの人間が死ぬと分かっているのなら、それは俺たちにとって紛れもない悪だろう。
そうだ。これは存在自体が悪だ。何しろそのように作られた。初めから悪であるようにと生まれたのだ。人間とは違う。
Wouldn't it be more accurate to say it was conceived evil?
人々が作り上げた純粋な単一心だ。だが、その行為が悪だとしても、あれ本人がそれをどう思うかはまだわかるまい。
He wants to know what Anjuna Mainu personally thinks?
そうだ。この世すべての悪本人が自らの行動を悪しと嘆くか、良しと笑うか、それは我々の測るところではない。もしあれに人に近い意志があり、自らの存在を嘆くのであれば、それは悪だろう。だが、自らの存在に何の疑問も持たなければあれは善だ。何しろ、そのように望まれたもの、自らの機能に疑いを持たぬのであれば、それが悪であるはずがない。
That's not true.
そう。生まれながらにして持ち得ぬもの。初めからこの世に望まれなかったもの。それが誕生する意味。価値のないものが存在する価値を、あれは見せてくれるだろう。何もかもなくし何もかも壊した後、ただ一人残ったものが果たして自身を許せるのか。 私はそれが知りたい。外界との隔たりを持った者がありのままに生き続けることに罪過があるのかどうか、その是非を問う。そのためにお前の父を殺し、そのために的尾さくらを生かした。私では答えは出せない。故に答えを出せる者の誕生を願った。それが私の目的だ。エミヤシロ。自身に帰る望みを持たぬお前と対極に位置する同質の願望だ。
I can't understand. This man's wish is too distant from me. But I do understand one thing. He used Sakura for a wish like that.
さくらを、そんなことのためにさくらを利用したのか。
I refocused my hazy vision and glared at the priest with all the hostility I could muster. This man.
そうだな。そんなことのために私は多くの者を殺してきた。故に今さら降りることなどできん。言っただろう。私はそのように生きてきた。その疑問を解くためだけにここにあった。それは死を前にして変わるものでもない。
The walking corpse makes a declaration resolve clear in his eyes. He says it so brazenly. He talks like he has no regrets or mistakes.
ああ、そうか。
I understand now. I can never agree with this man. When I first met him, I reflexively wondered if I could ever accept him, and now I know exactly why. I don't want to admit it, but I think I liked Kirei Kotomine. I desperately viewed him with hostility and attempted to deny him to pretend I didn't feel that way. It was the kid I read all along. He said that we were similar. I understand why now. Both think ourselves as sinners. Both lived our lives trying to cast off those chains. We knew our methods were flawed, but we believed it was the right way to atone, and we sought salvation we would never attain.
引かないよな、そりゃ。
He won't because we're the same. It isn't because he's about to die and he wants to see his wish come true. That's right. He's not keeping an oath because this is the end. It's just how he's lived his life. He's never walked any other path. Even if he dies 1 minute from now, he doesn't know any other correct way to live.
それにな、告白すれば干渉でもある。以前からよもやとは思っていたが、ことここに至ってようやく気がついた。
He steps forward. Neither of us have much time left, so we'll settle this quickly. I have a question. What the fuck happened to his daughter? Won't snuff out his flame before our mind runs out.
私はお前たちを羨んでいる。求めても得られなかったもの、手に入れたというのに手に入らなかったもの、どのような戒律をもってしても指の隙間からこぼれ落ちた無数の檻。お前たちが幸福と感じるものが、そのうっせきをここで帳消し
She appears in the sequel. I was told that I could play the sequel, but again, if you guys want to see more fake state stuff, it shows support with the like button. Y'all know what it is. Otherwise, I'll just play it for myself. I have no problem doing it.
私には幸福と感じられなかった。
Yeah, this man is empty because he's never obtained anything. He searched and searched but never gained even one bit of happiness. His life brought only death to anything he obtained. If it's the only way he ever lived, how could he ever abandon it now?
そうだ。無駄な時間を使わせたな、琴峰。
I restart my forgotten breathing. I send air into my lungs and switch my body over to combat mode.
構わん。時間がないのはお互い様だ。
Kotomini put strength into his muscles. This won't be a battle of magecraft. We're both dead men walking. All we can do is pound each other with our fists. We don't have any tactics or skills left. We're just going to bash our remaining lives against each other. He'll kill me and grant his wish. I'll kill him and destroy his wish. We bet our lives on this wager. Before time runs out, I'll kill him and erase the shadow. I run and make a beeline for my opponent. My legs don't have much power left. I drop my hips, eye the chest of my approaching opponent, and strike him as hard as I can with undodgeable timing. Shouldn't Shido have the edge here? His body's made of swords. But my right fist cuts through empty air, and it's my chest that takes an impact. Didn't he say undodgeable? Kotomini is gone. The enemy I attack with such speed and power disappears from sight. He bends his tall body to my left flank and drives his fist through my stomach. Whips his leg like lightning and kicks me into the air. His kicks are like breaths of fire. In the last few hours here, I forgot what it's like to feel pain strong enough to make me pass out. How many meters was I launched? The impact was so strong I would have been surprised if my head detached from my torso. Now if we're going with that, even the second blow to my stomach would have destroyed my organs. I know this. One telegraph economy of movement, straight lines that are also circles, attacks that emphasize internal over external damage. At the highest level too. This isn't something he could have just picked up by watching other people.
そうでもある。私のこれは真似事だ。死の灯籠を真似ただけの、うちに何も宿らぬものだが、死に損ないの相手には十分のようだ。
The follow-up is coming. I force my stiffened joints to bend and get up. But then Kotomini stops and looks at his fist. It's covered in red.
厄介な体だな。撃つ方が命がけと。
That's what he gets for punching a bunch of blades. His body is made of swords! I collect my scattered thoughts and face the enemy. None of that matters. He won't even stop if his opponent is covering from lethal thorns.
だがいいハンデだ。つまるところ、私とお前の戦いは。
Kotomini lowers his stance. His trained body ready. I didn't say it, but this music's so crazy. His trained body readies an explosive strike.
外敵との戦いではなく、自身をかける戦いということだ。
The enemy approaches. Kotomini has an overwhelming edge in close combat skills. His fist won't break. At this rate, my hourglass will shatter before it even runs out. I don't turn away. I mean, my enemy is approaching like a rocket. There's only one thing to do. I need to drive my fist at him even faster than last time, faster than he can dodge. The only thing in my earlobes is my pounding heartbeat. I don't perceive the sounds of that collapsing cave and the rain of rubble at all. The thing I need to beat right now is in front of me. I don't care about centuries-long obsessing over the collapse of our world. To Shido and Miya, the defeat of this enemy is his final purpose. Couldn't he just use Excalibur and then cut them both in half? It's collapsing. The collapse is all but assured. The Einsprin's 1,000-year quest. The Makiri's 500-year wish. I got the hiccup, sorry. A world that has continued without ending, changing, or evolving is finally coming to an end. Are you still fucking alive? Mr. Destruction still has a will. I don't want to die. His body is nothing but a dark red lump of meat, looking nothing like a human. It is a swarm of insects that dwelled in this cavern. He gathered them all to form a lump of flesh. He cannot maintain a humanoid body anymore. His writhing form is simply a lump of meat that can move. But it's still alive. The lump curses its rotting body and its melting soul. I don't want to die. I don't care about this dude. Die! Only its obsession is still intact. There are a lot of things I'd rather hear than an old man moaning in my ear. He crawls on the ground. Zoka Makiri, the old mage, his main body anchoring his soul having been crushed, clings to this world by his obsession alone. His doom is only a matter of time. Although he has fit his soul into a hastily assembled swarm of insects, he will never recover from being crushed twice. I don't want to die. The old mage who has become a lump of meat will die an agonizing death. I really hope the writer just runs past, stomps on him, and that's the end of him. He will rot until the end and die feeling regret. It's right in front of him. He gazes at the embodiment of eternity, which he sought for so long and was only able to one step away from attaining. Are his death cries agony or regret? I don't want to die. He doesn't want to die. How can he just disappear now? 500 years. How can he disappear with the reward he deserved for 500 years? 500 agonizing years of effort is right before his eyes. Get out of my ear with that shit, bro. What into that guilt shit? All he remembered is suffering. The karma of the Makiris. They were a great magical house driven from their homeland, wandering until reaching the land of the Orient. Then they were unable to assimilate to this land's laws and fell into decline. But that wasn't true. There would have still been hope if that was the case. If that was why their bloodline died out, they might have gracefully accepted their demise. I don't want to die. But the truth was different. It isn't that the land of Japan was unsuitable. An external factor like that wouldn't have ended the Makiris. They simply lost their way. It has been 300 years since the ancestral Makiri seekers. In these 100 years, they have reached the limits of their lineage. The Makiri mages were already in decline by Zokin's generation. This is when the suffering began, and the old man had no choice but to deny it. Zokamito's life was spent desperately trying to overcome the decline of the Makiri bloodline. And you failed! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yes, I must not die. Yeah, this running body is painful. So painful, too painful. 500 years of pain. My whole life has been pain. My fault for... Can you shut the fuck up? My fault for me seeking eternity. I suffered and suffered, never fulfilled, and how can I disappear without leaving anything behind? How can I die in agony? The Holy Grail is open before me, so listen to my wish and ask and I shall answer. My wish is that I don't want to die. I need to get there. My wish will come true if I climb that cliff. It'll grant my wish, but I can't reach it with this body. It's so far away. These last 500 centuries have been for nothing. It's so far away. Why, oh why is it so far away? He crawls, scattering and splattering his body. What obsession. He can't move. No, he shouldn't even have the ability to move, but his hatred drives him forward. Mr. Voice Actor, man, I get that you're pouring your heart out into this, but please, I don't want to listen to your voice anymore. Just stop. He is now an obsessive idea. I'll become a monster. He doesn't hear the collapse. He only sees the Holy Grail as it moves forward. And then his mishap forms seas.
そこまで変貌したか、マキリ。
Someone with a beautiful bell-like voice speaks to him.
Nani?
He looks up. What the fuck? In the middle of this wavering vision, I mean, I know who this is. Why the fuck is she here? Unless this is Ilya in the dress. Then I understand exactly what's happening here. Standing a lone girl. He stops. He stares at her. The old mage does not see a girl. He sees a woman from his distant memories. The golden Eisenberg woman who has never faded from his mind to this day. 200 years ago, she was his comrade, the cup of heaven who sacrificed herself to build the greater grail. She hasn't changed at all since that day. The woman of the Holy Grail looks at him with the same eyes as when he still burned with passion.
我が旧敵よ。汝はなぜ死にたくないと思ったのか。
She speaks just once in a nostalgic voice. The question halts his thoughts of suffering. Why? 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 It's strange now that one asks. Why did he not want to die? Why couldn't he die? He would be free from suffering and death, so what was the purpose he clung to life and suffering? He remembers. He had a noble goal at first. He would acquire all of creation. He would know all truths, and reach the lands nobody else could. He would surpass the limits of flesh and reach the limitlessness of the soul, the human race. He would let those saddled with limits from birth and forced to run circles within the spiral of their brains go outside. Yeah, I broke up. I broke up the recording. We're fine. I don't know if I actually mentioned this to you, Bastra, but I've decided to every 3 hours to break up the recording, so that way we don't have to worry about time limits like that anymore. However, this recording is approaching 5 hours. I thought we'd be closer to being done, but it just keeps going. To heal all hatred and suffering, he remembers. It was after the grief of learning that paradise did not exist. He sadly decided that if it did not exist in this world and he was not allowed to create it while in a flesh body, that he would have to travel to a place where it was allowed. Not to create the new world, but to turn the life called humanity into something new. That's right. To go to the sky he always looked up at, and beyond. He would be born anew in a place no one could imagine, and arrive at a utopia we cannot visualize. For that cause, he sought the Holy Grail. He sought a miracle beyond human reach. He couldn't disappear until he attained it. He knew he would suffer defeat and that he would not attain it in this body, but he never gave up as long as he lived. Yes, he had just one dream. The abolition of all evil in the world. We staked our lives on an impossible utopia. So he stayed behind. After his enemies left, he kept searching, even as he knew it was pointless. He believed that living itself had a purpose. He knew that one day he would create someone to succeed him. So he kept on living. He was suffering, but he couldn't let himself die. Even when he remade himself, he could never overcome the laments of his youth. Was this not his way of life? And the answer he arrived at? Yes. Even if it lies beyond this life, even if he isn't rewarded. That was his first wish. That agony. How meager his wish to not die was compared to his quest for the impossible dream.
そうか。そうであったな。ユスティツァイ。
He looks up at the world. The cavern is already halfway to total collapse. Sacramento has been liberated and taken from this world. Anjana Mainu, the birth, The completely flawed embodiment of the third magic is flickering like a heat haze. Finally, the old mage accepts that he will never reach any of it.
我が宿願も我が苦痛もマキリの使命もこんなところで終わるのだな。
It was decided from the very beginning. Wherever the Makiri's voyage ended would be their final resting place. And yet, the end of their long suffering was not a wretched conclusion at all. It had only just begun. Their challenges and journeys have just begun. 500 years is a trifle. Far too short a time to accomplish anything. What we desired was brilliant and precious to be attained in the far future. The maturation of humanity, whether it takes thousands or tens of thousands of years. So this is but a trifling setback at the start of a journey, albeit a meaningful one. Their wish is not over. Their journey begins now. The history of the long, long journey to reach the great, great beyond begins its loop with the end of the dream.
だが無念よ。いや、あと一歩だったのだがな。
The words and resignation belong to the old mage, after all. No matter how brilliant his objective, he is a fiend who approves of wicked deeds. He never overcame the trait even at the end and cut his obsession with life. The last one disappears. One of the mages sought a miracle. An observer who was there at the very beginning crumbles away.
504年。思えば瞬きほどの宿願であった。
It's amazing to think that this old guy has enough strength to sail this while he's already at death's doorstep. I'll do you one better, Batra. That guy doesn't even have a physical body. He's literally a worm. The lump of meat is swallowed by the rubble, leaving no trace. He was a creature which lived while transforming. The old mage completely disappears from this world, along with the fall of his long-sought wish. Again, they surprised me with this fucking music. Alright. His palms slam into me. It doesn't change, no matter how badly my body has changed. Its attack, aimed at doing internal rather than external damage, ruthlessly sends shockwaves through me. The battle is overwhelming. The enemy dodges, repels, and traps my fists while making me eat all of his backs. Pure white mangles of my vision every time Kosamini fists clang off my body. Just for the sake of my own mental sanity, we still have to do the epilogue after this. I'm gonna make this last section, this last fight with Kosamine, a separate part. So, I'm gonna end the recording here.